Good morning. Thank you all for being here this morning. We need the teachers in the room to come up with their good teacher voice. You can't hear me? Okay. How about now? Is that better? Okay. All right. I'll speak a little more closely into the microphone. So I'll say good morning again. Thank you all for being here. And we've got a nice welcome from Todd Schwartz. We appreciate CSI hosting us and allowing us the time. And I want to let everyone know, I think it's been mentioned, that we are being recorded so that we can show this for folks later anywhere around the state that would not have been able to attend one of the region meetings. And so, Todd, before you come up, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. And we want to recognize a few folks, and I appreciate the great attendance here in Region 4, and I also appreciated not having to drive too far to somewhere that I needed to be this morning and sleeping in my own bed on a Sunday night, so that felt really great. Callie Roach, I know that I saw you briefly. Where, Callie? Right there. I want to welcome Callie. She is a fellow board member, State Board of Education, and she took my spot, and I was so happy when she was appointed, and so it's fun to have you here this morning. I also want to recognize Senator Zeiderfeld. You'll recognize her, those of you that are in her legislative district, so thank you for making time this morning and coming. We appreciate that. Andy Grover and Dale Lane from your Superintendent's Association. We partnered on this regional road show, and we appreciate them coming with us, or we're going with them, however you want to say it. We're doing this together, and you'll hear from Andy a little bit later. Ty Jones from our State Activities Association, I saw him come in. Thank you, Ty, for being here. And Wiley Dobbs, he's a familiar name and face around here, but for new folks, he's with our Superintendent Network, and I thought I saw Wiley somewhere. Nobody wants to stand up. Okay, that's fine. Not going to make anybody do that. Brian Darcy out of Gooding, our School for the Deaf and Blind. Thank you. He's the executive director, and there was a board meeting scheduled last week, and so I don't know what we've done. We've moved things all over the place, so thank you, Brian, for being flexible with that. I also want to call some attention, Peggy Hoy, our Region 4 IEA representative. So thank you, Peggy, for being here. And we have a new transportation director. Surprise, Allie, you didn't think you were going to get this attention, but at the Department of Education. So I'd like you to stand up, because this is who is the face of transportation at the state level, and many of you will recognize her. She was the Region 4 specialist. There's so many names to attach there, and we're excited to have her here. And then if you are with the SDE, will you please stand up? Ryan and Julie, Greg, Gideon, and Natalie and Taylor are here from the Department of Ed, and I'm going to let the four of you sit down. You're already standing. I would like you to offer these two gals a round of applause for all that they've done to make it possible for us to be here. And so just as Todd is coming up, just a couple of things, kind of the run of the morning. After Todd offers his welcome, I'm going to come back up, and we're going to go through legislation, and we'll be taking a couple of breaks in there. I'm hopeful that you will participate in a discussion. If you have questions, this is where we want to talk and share and solve and see where we are. And then we will break. Oh, no, when I'm finished, then we'll have Ryan and Greg, Andy will come up and talk about some legislation that didn't make it all the way through that we think will be coming back. We'll take a break for lunch, and then the reason that you all came here, the money, Julie and Gideon, I combined your names to say Julian. Julie and Gideon will come up and go through the appropriations, and like I say, I know that's really why you're all here. So again, good morning, thank you for being here, and with that, Todd, come on up.
Thank you, Superintendent. In case you don't know me, my name is Todd Schwartz. I serve as the Provost of the College of Southern Idaho. That's a relatively new title at CSI. It's just been used in the last year and a half, 2 years. So just to maybe fill in some blanks if you're not sure what a provost is, It's the person that people settle for when the president is unavailable, which explains my presence here this morning. President Fisher's in Washington, D.C. doing president stuff, and he asked me to fill in. I'm grateful, Superintendent, that you let me know we were recording this. That may change the tenor of my remarks just a little bit. We were pleased in this very room last Friday to host Superintendent Critchfield for sort of an informal conversation. I just want to thank you again for taking the time out to do that and for doing a great job of getting your first 100 days off the ground in short order. And it was very helpful for us as a community college to help understand your priorities for your administration. I know that you'll be discussing, and the purpose of this meeting is to talk about various legislative actions that we're taking, not least of which is appropriations, but some other things. I thought you might be interested to know what we thought was of significance coming out of the legislative session, and certainly launch is right at the top of that list. And the fact that your graduates will very soon be able to basically attend community college for free in the state of Idaho, and that is a very significant event in the course of Idaho education history. And I think it's important that we work together on that to ensure that those students are well taken care of as they make that transition. Another bill that caught our attention was what we call the Petsky bill, if you're not familiar with that. It speaks to a community college's ability to offer baccalaureate degrees, and not just to offer baccalaureate degrees, but to offer baccalaureate degrees that may have state support. Up to this point, those had to be self-support programs. We've always had the legal authority to do that. And you may or may not know that CSI offers a bachelor's degree, and this could help shape the future of the college in many ways. And then less relating to CSI, I suppose, we're excited about the increase in teacher salary that's attendant to this appropriation, and anxious to hear what that means in particular, since my wife is a middle school teacher. We're very interested to see just how much of the $6,379 might end up in her paycheck. So she's probably more concerned about that than I am. But I think it's worth noting something, and I don't want this to be construed as sour grapes at all, because we're so excited that Idaho now moves into the upper reaches in terms of teacher compensation with this happening, especially for new teachers. But keep in mind that means that your teachers will now be paid more than our teachers are, just to put that in perspective. So help us get the same kind of consideration that you got. That would be great. So I don't want to take a lot of time here. I want to thank all of you, and not just the Department of Education, but all of you who serve our youth in Region 4. We love the partnerships and the collaborations we have with you. We're very grateful for that. I do want to say one last thing before I turn the time back over to the superintendent. You may or may not know that this is, at the national level, Community College Month. More locally, this is College of Southern Idaho Month. And on Saturday, April 29th, we're opening up our campus to the public. And we really would love for you to invite your students and their families and all of you to come and visit with us. We'll have a lot of activities going on, a lot of free food, a lot of things for kids. I'm pretty sure we have, besides Gilbert, our Golden Eagle mascot, I'm pretty sure we have Buster Bronco and Joe Vandal and Benny the Bengal will all be here too. So bring yourselves, bring your families, bring your kids, and please invite some of your patrons to come out and get familiar with what we do here at the College of Southern Idaho. Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And I learned the first names of mascots. And I didn't know that they all had first names, so thank you. And we really are appreciative of CSI and the coordination that we've been able to have with them. All right, we are going to dive into our legislation, but I want to point out a couple of things before we get into this. I'm going to specifically talk about 17 bills. We're not going to go in depth on every single one of them. The first few we're going to be a little detailed because they're items that I personally brought forward in my team, and we worked with a number of people to get that done. But I want to just point out a couple of things about the session. The House saw or had printed 380 bills total, and the Senate had 214 bills printed. Now, not all of those have become law, thank goodness, because we don't want 500 and something new laws. But I think that it provides a good perspective on the amount of issues that are discussed, the number of solutions that are brought forward in the legislature, and what is considered. And I don't know, I guess I need to do an average to see if this is average for a session. Representative Nelson, thank you for joining us. But that's what we saw this session. And, I've been asked, how does our Department of Ed team decide what we will be a part of? What do we chime in on? What do we become engaged and active on? And I'm not saying that this is the right way to do it, but this is how I approach it. Recognizing, that individual representation comes from our legislative districts around the state, there will be things that locally elected folks bring to the legislature to say this is an important issue in my area, in my hometown. This is something that our folks want to see addressed. And then their job is to work with other legislators to decide if that is something that is a statewide issue that needs to be addressed. And so on the opposite side of that, I start from the statewide perspective. Having been elected at a statewide level, then I look and I say, what are those things that I believe are important regardless of where you are, whether you're in the Magic Valley or you're in Boundary County or you're in Chalice or you're in Soda Springs? What are those things that I believe are important or on the minds of our school folks and our parents and communities around the state? And then I have the same job, which is to go and work with representatives and senators to find those common grounds and those shared goals. And then there are things that are brought forward that are related to education that sometimes we get asked about and sometimes we don't. Things will go forward and we'll find out about it that, so-and-so is working on something. And if there's information that's needed, we work to provide that. And in some cases, folks go and handle some of those issues on their own. And so that's a little bit of a sampling of how we've done this. This was a focus for us, for myself, for my team over the last 2.5 months. And I believe that was the right focus, just getting into office, as everything that's decided during the legislative session set the conditions by which you do everything else for the coming school year. And so we want to be highly engaged in that and be partners working with folks to improve things that they think are important and to bring forward things that we believe should have attention in the state. So with that explanation, before we get into specific legislation, I want to talk about enrollment versus ADA. We're just going to crack that open right here and now because I know that that's what you're talking about as well. I've heard from many of you, and I appreciate that. And I understand for many of our districts, and in the last couple of days, I understand for almost all districts as our team has been working to plug in to an Excel sheet. What are the differences? What does this look like district by district when we go back to ADA? So I'm going to lay for you some of the things that I know, and then we'll open it up for some comments, discussion, and if you've got your arrows, save those for later. Hopefully we can get to some of these things. So let me tell you what I have concluded is a cycle that we must stop. And for the last 3 years when we went into enrollment, which we needed to do that, we needed to satisfy the needs of the conditions that we had for all of the learning that was taking place in all the learning environments. There was no way that we could calculate the ADA to reflect the work that you were still doing. So now as we're moving away to or moving away from that into what we would call the more traditional way of doing it. The cycle that we've seen over the last couple of years has been the governor makes a recommendation for appropriation, then the legislature acts, they appropriate, and this year, I think it was exactly what the governor's recommendation was, or very close, and I think it's been very close the last couple of years. And then our education friends come to the Board of Education and say, but we need you to run a rule. And so we need to end this cycle. What we need to do, there's a short-term solution and I think a long-term solution. The long-term solution is to get away from this one-off of here's the process, but then on the side we need to do something else to fix it. What we need is a fix to how we're doing this so that you all are not coming and saying, well, we're getting all of this money into education, and this year we're getting more than we've ever seen, but still we have this problem over here. And so my commitment to you, and I've shared this in other regions, is to put together something, whether it's a working group or I don't know what that looks like this summer, but find the fix that we need. Now, if you look, and I'm sure many of you have already studied this, but if you look in Idaho Code 33-1002, that's the section where we figure out the divisors, and that doesn't make any sense to anybody that looks at it. For one of the enrollment areas for your student counts, it translates to 8.4. We know there aren't 0.4 students, there's not 0.2 students. What we're trying to get at is attention where we recognize that when you have a student that comes to your door, that's the student that you're educating, and you've got fixed costs, you've got all of these things. So I share that to say that there is an active conversation on how we do that so that we get away from this pattern that we've had. It's frustrating for everyone. It's frustrating for you. It's frustrating for the legislature, and it doesn't have a good feel that as soon as the session ends, that the Board of Education is going to run another rule to try to do something different. And it puts the Board of Education, of which I'm now back to, in a very awkward position of trying to satisfy these needs. So let's get the long-term fix and have that ready to go for the legislative session in January. A couple of things that I'll point out in this arena of going back to ADA. Many of you have not used your ESSER dollars. You have until September of next year to fully expend those. I would encourage you to use those. The money is for learning loss. We're 3 years out from the COVID experience when we're deep into it. And so if you have dollars that you haven't used yet, please use those. And I would encourage you and advise you to look at your ESSER money as a way to also fill in some of these gaps and the differences between enrollment and ADA. The other part of this conversation also takes in fund balances. Now, this is where I feel like I need to remind you that I did serve as a school board member, and so I understand what a fund balance is, because a question came up, well, do you know? I do know. And I was a board member back in 2008 when things took a very drastic change, and we were looking at how to do this. And so I would also encourage you to take a look at your fund balances as a way to bridge this gap between enrollment and ADA. There's been a lot of talk about the 97% protection rule. In this situation where every single district in the state would have to apply for that, it doesn't work as it was intended to work. And in some cases, the math that we're doing, and I'll let Gideon and Julie get into this a little more deeply, it will take away from rural districts and put into our larger, more urban areas. And so that's also something that we're trying to avoid. All right, so with all of this said, where are we now? We are looking at all of the districts. What are the differences between, like I say, the funding on both of these sides? We're having conversations to understand how we can bridge some of these gaps. What can we do in the short term? Recognizing that that the Board of Education is a policy-making board. Their role, authority, and responsibilities towards funding are extremely limited, as they should be. And so putting putting a finer point on it, what can and should the Board of Education do? in light of the situation that we're in. And so that's the conversation that is being had. In 2-ish weeks, actually I think it's more like 10 days now, the Board of Education is going to meet for their regular April meeting at the University of Idaho, and there will be a temporary rule that will be run for the current school year. It will extend the rule that was put into place so that for this current school year, 22-23, you will be able to be funded on enrollment. There will be no more enrollment rules run after that. I can confidently tell you that. We need to find the fix. And I would also advise you that as we look at the monies that are coming into your school district, that you follow the intent of what they were appropriated for. There's intent language associated with that, and again, Gideon and Julie are going to be able to get through that with you and answer some of those questions. So I wish that I could say, here's the fix, here's how we're going to do it. We don't know yet. But I can tell you that there are people, even while we were here, while we're traveling, that are working on this, recognizing you're going into June, into your budget hearings, and that you're trying to make plans and understand where your local budgets are. And we're hopeful that we will have some answers to you as soon as possible. Okay, I'm not trying to put a chilling effect on the day, on the conversation, but it would be a disservice to say, don't worry about it. I think you've got to have a budget that doesn't have anything for you from enrollment, because that's where we are now. And then we're trying to understand what we can do within the existing framework to capture as much as we can with ADA. But we don't know what that is yet, and we're hopeful that we'll have that information very soon. Thoughts, comments? Brady?
I was ready to write a number down.
I don't even want to speculate, because I mean we don't know. And I think we look back and the signal of the governor vetoing the enrollment rule last year, that was a big sign as to where we were going, and then trying to understand how more money coming into education than we've ever seen. That is a fact. We know that. And we also know that the change of going back to ADA, that has implications for you. That's a fact. So how do we take both of those things and try to find that bridge? Yes?
Yeah, I would just say that, I spent a lot of time looking at it. It really is there's a unique situation, because you went from enrollment and then back to ADA, and so the protection really doesn't work as it was intended. And so I think that, looking at how you address that piece is where it really becomes critical, because again, you can shift back, but the protection really catches all of us, because of, in a year when it's normal, you're just not going to have this situation where we're all caught in a loss due to protection.
Thank you. And like I say, what's that short-term fix to bridge us until we can get to where we need to be again? So the goal is to break this cycle of having to do something separate than what's happened in the formal process. We need to make sure that what happens in the legislative process is the thing that works. Peggy.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. As teachers, speaking from the teachers, we're getting ready to head to the bargaining table, and it's really important, I think, that what you just said about intent. And I know, Brady and I have had lots of conversations about what this looks like for our district, but it's really important that we keep that piece in mind as we start these bargaining table conversations, because we do have a lot of money coming in, but we want to make sure that the teachers' voices are heard as far as where that money is spent. So just keeping that, just a comment.
Thank you. How many of you have started your negotiation or have initiated, here's when we're going to start our meetings? Okay, so just a few. And I would make some assumptions as to why they may be delayed this year. Hopefully we have answers sooner than later. That's the goal. Other thoughts, questions, comments, feedback, Dr. Phil moments of statements? All right, well, when our finance folks, after lunch, go through all of this, I know that there's a number of things that they'll address. And I want to underscore that as we put our spreadsheet together, the columns are intended to show what the differences are, what your fund balances are, where you are with your ESSER funds, how all of this plays out into every single district around the state to really understand. All right. With that, then, we're going to move on to our legislation. And many of you are aware that this was an important item for me as a candidate, and the next two things, this one and the next two things, really reflect initiatives and I guess outcomes that I heard as I traveled around the state. Regardless of where you were on the political spectrum, this was an area that I repeatedly heard was important for our students. How do we make our students the most prepared? How do we position them in a way that they can make the best decisions as they exit our system and then become responsible for themselves? Idaho is one of a handful of states across the country that has financial literacy as a required graduation class, and I'm very proud of that. I think that this is going to be something that we will see the fruits of in the coming years. The things to understand, you can see the intent and the impact that is up here. Previously, there had been, and the Board of Education ran a rule after the legislation as a companion piece to establish that econ is now just a half of a credit and financial literacy is a half. And so however you combine those, although we believe that they are paired well together, that is something that you can do locally and make that determination. The other important distinction is that you do not have to have a teacher who is endorsed in financial literacy, because we don't offer that in the state, among other reasons. And the other reason I think it's important is when we get outside of our more urban areas, I know that you have one science teacher, one English teacher, one. And so we need to figure out, and you need to figure out, who is in the best position to teach that. And I really would encourage you to think about someone who, if it works into your overall scheduling, someone that's excited about the topic. Maybe you have, again, maybe it's your PE teacher has a real passion for this. There are free curriculums. There are a number of things that are intended to offset what the work going into it. And I'm going to have Greg Wilson, who's the SDE Chief of Staff, come up. He's been doing quite a bit of work on this, explaining what we intend to offer to you as far as support. If you'd like it, it will be available. If not, if you have other plans and other things, then that's totally great.
So I'll be brief. We're going to be sending out a memorandum, and I'm aiming to send it out this week because aside from the average daily attendance question, implementing this financial literacy graduation requirement is something that I know we're getting a lot of questions about at the State Department. I'll just briefly cover some components of that memorandum. I think the first one is around certification, and as the superintendent said, there's going to be no special endorsement required for teaching this course, and the teacher course code really will align with the existing economics course code requirements. One way to understand this requirement, and one way to do it, is really to integrate it into your existing economics requirement. So on certification, we'll make that very clear. Second, we're going to talk about standards, and right now the State Department of Education is doing their social studies standards review, and so our plan is this summer, this fall, is to integrate financial literacy standards into that review and into those new social studies standards. So the question might be, so how are we going to teach this course next year? If you look at the code section itself, it has what are called core competencies, and those core competencies include things like recognizing the influence of money on human behavior, or learning about the various types of bank accounts. And this memorandum will outline what those core competencies look like. But what we're going to say is teach to those core competencies in this coming school year, while we work on that standards in our social studies standards review. And then finally, there's going to be some guidance on professional development and curriculum. And we purposefully worked with the sponsor of this legislation and this requirement to make sure that these core competencies aligned with the numerous amount of free curriculum that's out there for financial literacy. And so what our memorandum will do is outline some of those examples, and then we'll also make available professional development for your teachers next month. And then finally, the memorandum will outline a waiver process, because we recognize, we've talked to some school districts that have the economics requirement for their juniors, for example. So implementing this requirement for next year's seniors is going to be a challenge. So we are going to have a waiver process in place. So with that, we answer any questions around this. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on then to parental notification. I think the two bullet points on the intent, that's really it. I mean, that's the simplest way to say this. How can we reinforce, build trust, and create other opportunities outside of how you currently communicate with your parents on what's going on in the school? So let me give you some examples here. And I'm going to have Greg come back up here in a minute and talk about some work that we're doing on our end currently that will hopefully aid you in some policies that you'll need to put into place. This does not keep you from making local decisions. You can absolutely do whatever it is that you would like to do. What it does say is there's an expectation that you let your parents know what's going on. And I don't think that that's unreasonable. I think as a parent, we're parents, grandparents, that there are certain things that we believe and would expect to know about. And we do a lot of great communicating. We ask for a permission slip if we're going to take your first grader to the pumpkin patch. And we let you know that there's parent-teacher conference, or we say it's Spirit Week and it's Superhero Day on Thursday. Remind your child to dress up. This goes further and says, in the process of communicating and building relationships and partnerships with our parents, if you're offering a survey, for whatever reasons, you can let your parents know, hey, we survey all of our fifth graders because we want to know X, Y, and Z. And here's the survey, and here's what we do with the information when we have it. And it's not limited just to surveys, but it's other points of important information that we would believe, and our parents believe, and again, as school teachers or parents, that gets lost a lot in this, that as we work together, that we open up those avenues of communication, notification, consent, etc. I think, Greg, as you come up, he's going to address a couple of the policies. We're working with some of our friends that will be a part of this. One thing I want to call out in the legislation, it talks about notifying at the beginning of the year if your district partners with any type of health services. So what would that mean, or what would that look like? Well, if your district has the Lions Club come in and test the vision of your fourth graders, let your parents know. We have a long-standing relationship with the Lions Club, and this is what's happening, and this is who they bring in. And we've got all kinds of ways to do that now through text messaging, push notifications, email, whatever it is. Some districts around the state have partnerships with local hospitals or clinics that bring a wellness bus to the school, and they try to share good health habits and practices with their students. We don't want the student to go home and say, I went to the doctor today, and then this has happened. But we want them, the parents, to know ahead of time, we have relationships with these people. This is what happens. This is when we do it. This is what we do. And if you don't want your child to participate, all of those things. And so there's a number of areas. And then the other thing I want to call out, sorry, Greg, I know I'm taking something from yours. Most of you, if not all of you, are already doing something in here, which is implementing a policy and procedure to accept, evaluate, and remedy complaints. We want to refer people back. Things happen. Things get lost. A kid puts their notification or puts their paper in their backpack, and the backpack never makes it, out of the car. things happen. And so what's the process for parents if they believe they didn't have access to some information? This directs folks right back to your district and to the local protocols. And I think that's exactly where it needs to be. So if you already have one, congratulations. If you haven't looked at it in a while, please take it out and dust it off and see if that still makes sense. And then make sure it's posted on your website, student handbooks, those types of things, so that families are aware of how to initiate conversations when they have concerns. So Greg, if you'll come on up.
So there are 3 policies that we're working with our stakeholder partners that we want to distribute later this month. And I'll just quickly cover. The superintendent is correct. We're going to have a model policy around complaint procedures or policies. And we just want to make sure it aligns with statute, that it takes into account this update to existing law. And so we're going to roll that out, but we're fairly confident that you already have those in place and that there will just be modifications. The other model policy, which is one of the key model policies that we're going to put out, is around SRO law enforcement questioning. If you look, and I'll just read the section real quick. It just makes things easier. So, subsection 6 of House Bill 163 states a public school shall notify a student's parent or legal guardian if a student has been or may be questioned by a school resource officer or other law enforcement official. And it goes on to just state that a school district will have a policy to help implement that requirement, that new requirement. And so I think that there are a lot of missing pieces of information that we're hoping a model policy can fulfill. One is what constitutes questioning. I think that that's a really big question. We know that there are SROs in schools that have interactions with students that wouldn't constitute questioning. So really making sure we define questioning. Who does the notification in your school building? I think that that's critical to understand, again, to ensure that you're complying or aligning with the law. What is the timeline for notification? That's very, very important, and the statute isn't clear about that. So we want to put a policy in place to articulate that. And then finally, we want to ensure, and we heard a lot from our friends at the Fraternal Order of Police and other SROs around the state, we want to make sure that this notification doesn't interfere with an ongoing investigation. You have SROs in your school building that are actively investigating stuff, including something that may relate to the student. And so we need to make sure, or the student's parents, so we just need to make sure that that's addressed. And then the final third policy we're looking at is around visitation. The law talks about allowing a parent or guardian the opportunity to visit a classroom, for example. Now, if you look at the code very carefully, it talks about building pre-approval. And so we thought that that was an important piece that ensures that you're able to kind of make sure that that visit occurs at an opportune time. It also talks about that if the visit in duration or frequency is interfering with the classroom day, that you guys have recourse around that. So we want to make sure that the policy ensures that your school buildings are welcoming environments, while also recognizing you have a job to do to educate our students. So with that, are there any other questions, or any questions at all? Yes.
Yes. So the question is, in the first part of the legislation, notifying changes in mental health. What does that mean for counselors and others that are working in the behavioral health arena in our schools? There's no intent and there's no statutory requirements that our counselors break any of their code of ethics. Many of you are already doing district-wide professional development where you're training your bus drivers and your lunch folks. A teacher in a classroom who is observing a student day after day and makes a phone call, Mrs. Critchfield, your son or your daughter, they're just acting a little bit different at home or at school. I'm not sure what's going on, but I just want to make you aware. Again, this is intended to build relationships and partnerships where parents are in the position, because they have the information, to support their child in the way that helps you in the school. And so we'll be working with our counselor friends on this as well. Yeah, four. And this is work that we're doing right now. And as a reminder, the legislative session ended
10 days ago.
April 6th. Yes. So as we're out, we're also, building stuff as we go, and so we intend to have things out to you as quickly as possible so that you can also be prepared. I want to say that I don't believe that there is anything in this legislation that you're not already doing. This put it all together in a section of code and codified best practices that our effective boards and our school districts are already doing, and it provides a level of consistency around the state. There are some districts that are very good at one or two pieces of this and not maybe good at some of the others. And so this provides that uniformity that regardless of where our students are attending schools and where our families are putting their students into school, that they have basic expectations of how they work and work with our school districts. So, all right. Remember that I said not all of them are going to be this long. So I told you the first three we really wanted to get into. All right, career-ready students. I am so excited about this. And I was thinking not only about Region 4, but having traveled the state like I did, there are places where the only reason that we don't have flourishing technical programs outside of our most urban areas, it came down to money. It's not because our communities don't value it, and it's not because they don't believe that students should be prepared with skills in addition to the academic knowledge, but it was they didn't have resources. And in many of our rural communities, if you can get a 10,000 square foot shop into our small towns, that is a game changer for our students. It means that you can add an additional bay onto your automotive program. It means that you can expand a greenhouse. It means that you can do a number of things maybe that you have been limited in offering to your students because your community can't pass a levy or a bond. Now, what I found is that there's not a community in Idaho that doesn't think that education is important, but there are a lot of limiting factors. It's not just people who say, I'm always a no. We get into the north, and they're restricted by a lot of federally controlled lands, which puts more pressure onto local property owners. We have communities where the industry there simply doesn't support raising levies and raising their taxes in a way to accomplish some of these things. One of the stories that I shared consistently over the last 2 years, anywhere that I went when this topic came up, and I'm looking at my friend Ryan Nesmith, who's on his way out of Twin Falls High School here at the end. I called him up, about a year or so ago, and I said, I want to come to your school. Will you show me one of your most popular elective classes? And he took me to the welding class. And that, first of all, caught my attention, that was one of the most popular classes. And as we went there and I listened to the instructor, he told me that they turn away about 100 kids every year. 100 kids in Twin Falls that got turned away from the welding program because they just didn't have the space to expand. And they didn't have the resources to expand. And I thought about that, particularly when the very next day in this area, I went to Chobani and did a tour of that facility. And for those of you that don't know, Chobani is the global center for their R&D. Their whole globally, all of the R&D for Chobani takes place here in the Magic Valley. And I listened to the facility manager tell me how they spend $1 million a year to recruit out-of-state engineers and other folks to come into their location. And then I contrasted that with 100 students that are trying to get into a welding class that aren't able to do that. And we have the pipeline, we have the interest, we have the ability to make these connections in our state. So what were we lacking? Well, we have lacked prioritizing resources, in my opinion, for career technical education. So as you know, there are two ways to get money for these programs. One is through our state funds. There's $8 million that go into a pot of money that is directly from the state of Idaho. And by the time you prioritize off of the requirements, which we want to have a capstone program. We want something that's tied into a 2-year. There's some legitimate reasons why we do what we do in the state. But as you can imagine, when you get outside of our bigger areas, particularly you get up into the north and some of the other corners of our state, those folks, first of all, they get prioritized out of the money. They put a legitimately great program in on the list, and by the time everything else is funded, and by the way, half the money of that goes to Region 3. We've figured all this out. And good for Region 3. We're not trying to take money away from them. But what we're trying to do is add more programs and more opportunities into the system for everybody else. So the other way that you can get money is from our federal Perkins funds, and that's $8 million that comes into the state, which is also not a significant amount of money. 20 school districts in Idaho don't even apply for the federal funds, not because they don't want the money, but because they don't have the time or the people to put into the application process, again, to check all the boxes. This program is designed to provide local decision-making for programming with what you want to do in your communities. Our friends in the North, Idaho Forest Group, they have done a considerable amount of work with 10 school districts and 10 high schools in that area, anywhere from kind of Bonners down to Council, which I know we don't consider Council North necessarily, in putting in a forestry programs. The program that they've designed that will provide our students with the skills that they need to get right into employment, into the mills, and into all of these things, believe it or not, does not meet the requirements of the federal or the state. This seems insane to me. Here are local communities that have driving industries that are asking for employees. Hey, school districts, here's what we can do to help you. And then the districts are saying there simply is no money. We're not able to prioritize that. And so I am very excited that programs like that, that reflect a regional and a community need, will be available for students. And so as we think about the modernization of all sorts of industries, and here in the Magic Valley we look at food processing and manufacturing and the skills that our students need, here is an opportunity for us to really build and drive the things that suit us. I'd like to share the example of, our in forestry, logging, and timber. Our historical image of that is a bearded man in plaid out in the woods with an axe. That's not what it looks like. It's very different. They're highly technical skills that our students are able to do. In fact, I toured the Chilco Mill near Coeur d'Alene about a year ago, and you can look this up because I know they've got videos on it. But the gentleman that was operating the heavy machinery that was stacking the huge logs that they had brought in, it was basically like a game controller. And I thought, any of our students who wouldn't love to do this? My husband was with me, and he was like, that looks like a fun job. I mean, you're stacking all of these logs. And so I share that to say that within every industry, wherever you are, that we need to evolve and adapt so that our students have these opportunities. So what does this legislation do? That's my preamble. We were able to secure, and we appreciate the legislative support to be able to do this, $45 million that will go into capital expenditures. That can be equipment, it can be an extension of your shop, it could be a new shop, it could be something that is directly tied to an industry in your community and in your region. And then $5 million will be for added costs, because we know that it's more expensive to run a welding program than it is to run an English class. And I recognize that. So how does this work? There is a council that we've put together. There are 11 people from industry and others that will represent a variety of stakeholders that will have legislative representation on there. And then we're asking school districts to get thinking right now on what it is that you can do, that you can go and find an industry partner, come with a plan, and come to the council, and we'll have more information on this. But the money becomes available July 1. I don't want to be saying in a year, okay, I think we're ready. Or the current practice, which I understand why some of this has to happen, but many of you will get your programs approved through state or federal dollars, and you don't get it for up to 18 months or longer. Well, that doesn't help you. We want to make this the most efficient, close to the local board as we possibly can, and I believe that we have done this. And so be thinking of what you could satisfy that your students are interested in, a program that you haven't been able to develop that you know would go well, and that you can, again, find those partnerships. My hope is that we can find and fund very specific and unique programs around the state. St. Mary's has different needs than Kimberly has, and we know that, who has different needs than Chalice, who has different needs than Soda Springs. And this Idaho Career Ready Fund, and that's what we're calling it, Career Ready Students. It's not college and career. Everything is about a career. That's what we're trying to do. Now, students, as you know, they're going to have different interests and different abilities. There's nothing in here that says a kid has to do it, just the same as always. But what this does is allow you and your boards to have the kind of conversations on something that you have not been able to fund that really satisfies needs within your own backyards. So I'm really excited about it. Any thoughts, questions on this? I'm not sure how to read all of you, but I'm just going to keep going. These are good things. This is fun. This is why we do this. We're excited about it. All right. Seclusion and restraint. That's an awkward segue. So don't look for buildings to add more secluded areas. I'm going to have our Chief Deputy Superintendent Ryan Cantrell come up. He worked with some Representative Erickson from Idaho Falls on this issue last summer. The representative and I were sharing some experiences and discussing this as an issue around the state. We know that the classrooms are much different now, even after COVID, the last 3 years, that our students come different, our teachers haven't been trained in a lot of ways, and you combine a student in crisis and an adult that's unprepared and is caught off guard, and we've seen some examples of things that we don't want to do. And so Julie Mead, who is SDE's Director of Special Education, really worked with our representative, as did Ryan, to go through some legislation that will set some guidelines and some parameters on how we deal with some of our most challenging students in our most challenging moments. So Ryan?
Good morning. House Bill 281 is very specific to restraint and seclusion. The one-sentence summary of this bill is that it prohibits using restraint and seclusion as a form of punishment in classroom management. That's the one-sentence summary. So the question that I'm getting from our special education directors and our special education teachers is, does this prohibit us from using restraint and seclusion at all? And the answer is no, because you have a lot of students throughout the state of Idaho that require the use of restraint to help keep themselves and others safe. Typically, however, that is going to be part of the student's IEP. You will usually have had a functional behavior assessment and a team of educators and perhaps your school psychologists and most certainly your parents involved in the development of that plan. So some key pieces from 281 is it prohibits the use of restraint and seclusion as a form of punishment and classroom management, but it does not prohibit it in general. It does prohibit specifically corporal punishment, and it calls that out on lines 16 and 17. So in the state of Idaho, that answer is conclusive. It prohibits the use of corporal punishment. It specifies that your district needs to have policy around restraint and seclusion. Most of your districts are already going to have a policy in place around restraint and seclusion. If you don't, it's time to look for a model policy. You can look to your neighboring districts. You can look to ISBA. You're welcome to get a hold of us, and we can send you a model policy around restraint and seclusion. It requires your teachers who interact regularly with students who use aggressive behaviors, so typically those students on an IEP that need restraint and seclusion written into their individualized education plan, it does require those teachers to be trained in the use of restraint. Most of your districts already have this training available. If you're thinking about MANT training, CPI training, those are two examples of that. But it does call out that if you have a student that repeatedly uses aggressive behavior, the staff working directly with that student need to be trained. That seems like common sense, but that's not the case everywhere. One of the questions that we got is, where can we get some help with that? And the answer is, call us. SESTA used to be run by our now director, Julie Mead, and SESTA would be happy to work with you to help your staff get trained with the de-escalation techniques and the restraint techniques needed to keep your staff and your students safe. The last piece is we will put out guidance around this. Julie Mead and her team are working with SESTA to provide out a one-page memo on this and an FAQ to answer some of those questions that we're getting. But I'd be happy to stand for questions if you have any at the moment. Okay.
All right, we're going to do, let's see, we're going to take a break here, but before we do, I want to get to just two more real quick. Governor's launch. I'm not going to get into the details because I don't believe this is the audience that we want to get into the details with. But what I'm going to ask you to do is get your counselors and your college and career advisors to get the details. Of anyone in your district that needs the details, those are the people. Because they're the ones sitting down, obviously, with the students, particularly this year's coming, or the graduating class of 24. They'll be the first ones eligible to receive any of the funds. And there's a way to do this. It's part student, part state of Idaho, what the choices are, what those look like. So please encourage your folks to become familiar with this. And I think Gideon, you and Julie cover this a little bit too. And if there are certain things that become reoccurring themes, perhaps we do some like a FAQ or something that we can help. This is new to us as well, but we do know that your incoming seniors will be able to access this. And I guess this is where I do another little cheerlead of our Career Ready Students program that I just described, that can be a perfect way to get your students prepared so that when they are exiting our system, it's not a what should I do now, but it's here are the things that I can consider. Here are the opportunities that are around me, and here are the ways that I can access those. And I failed to mention, and this is, I think, is important enough to say again, I didn't call attention to the fact that with the Career Ready Students Fund, that can also go down into 7th and 8th grade. And that's not monies that you've been able to access before to do a lot of those exploratory CTE programs that really spark the interest of a lot of our students. So anyway, that's the takeaway on launch. And then, let's see here. Oh, any questions on that one that I can't answer? Because we're also trying to navigate it as well. All right, we'll just quickly talk about empowering parents. Many of you are familiar with the program. It was developed and started in the fall of 2020 as a means to bridge those learning gaps. Students all around the state, as we know, it looked different. It looked different in our region. And so there were federal dollars that came into the state of Idaho, and the Board of Education, we worked with Governor Little to develop something that would have money go directly to families based on income and some other factors of prioritizing that. And it has been a very successful program. And this year the governor recommended and the legislature approved empowering parents to be ongoing. And so it's $30 million that will be an ongoing program. In addition to that being something new, so our families can continue to apply, it's the same system in that sense, but something that it has been added. Last year in the legislation, there was a parent panel that was put into the statute. It's a 7-member parent advisory panel that serves to make recommendations on allowable expenses. So the parent panel comes to be, there are 3 appointing people. The governor gets to appoint 3, the pro tem appoints 2, and the Speaker of the House appoints 2. So those 7 people can get together and are going to get together. The governor's asked me to chair the panel to discuss what should and can be a part of the program. And I think that that's appropriate. Where it's going to be ongoing monies now, and we've been at it for several years, let's understand where we are, what have we left off, what are some things that maybe have been denied in the past that would make sense. And so that's going to take place this summer. And the plan, the timeline is to have those recommendations to the full Board of Education, which Callie and I serve on, and that's the process. The board can then approve or will have discussion and then approve the recommendations of the panel. So right now, we're in until April 30. We are encouraging parents all over the state to apply to be selected. Again, I don't have anything to do with the appointing, but we're the keeper of the applications. And the application is a bigger word than really what people have to do. We need to know your name, we need to know where you live, that type of thing. And the eligibility is that you either have used the program or could have used it. And then those are those requirements. And so we're encouraging everyone. We're encouraging educators, people, all sorts of people have used Empowering Parents. And so if you've got parents or others or yourself that you think you're interested in participating, you can go on to empoweringparents.idaho.gov and put your name in there. And then on April 30, we're going to take all the applications and we're going to give all of them to the governor and all of them to the speaker and all of them to the pro tem. And then they will let me know who they've selected. So any questions on that one? All right, I think the clock, I figured out that the clock in the back is wrong, but that took me a minute. I was like, we are so way ahead of schedule. Why don't we take about 15 minutes? I'd say 10, but I know how you all operate. And so let's come back here about 10:45.
Hopefully you're able to grab a cup of coffee, see some friends. As we come back together, I got one housekeeping item for you. We are deliberately putting one more break into this session, and here's the why behind that. If you look at the back there by Tim, raise your hand, Tim. Everyone knows Tim. I put a big old sticky note for questions back there. Why? Because you're not asking them. I know why you're not asking them. One, the news is here, and two, this is being recorded. I get it. You don't want to be the guy asking that question or the gal asking that question. But we need your questions. This is our fourth go of this, and by now we've had more than 20 questions by now, which means you're simply not asking them. So I went downstairs and Taylor got us some sticky notes. I'm going to come around and throw sticky notes on your desks. I need you to write down your questions. Your questions are two-part. Which bill is it, and what's your question? Because if you ask me a question about restraint and seclusion under the career ladder bill, I'm going to get real confused. So tell me what bill it is, ask me your question, go stick it on the back, and every 10 or 15 minutes I'll go pull them off of there, and we'll organize it at the next break so that we can go through and answer your questions for you. Because you're either the smartest group alive, which is possible, Region 4 is a sharp group, or you're probably just not asking the questions out loud. But we need those questions because it makes us better to know what questions you have, and it will help you do your jobs better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And I really will underscore that the questions help us know how to adjust and add, and what are things that we didn't explain well or we need to go back in and make sure everybody gets. All right. Career exploration. This was a bill brought forward by Senator Lent out of Idaho Falls, and it provides, or it asks you to provide an exploration experience for 7th and 8th grade students. The whole idea behind it is for them to see what's available with their learning. I'm a big fan of application of the learning. Why are we learning this? It's because it means this and looks like this. And starting out a little bit younger. I think most of you in your junior, I hate to say junior high because I know there's so many configurations, but how many of you already have some sort of a career exploration course in your schools? I think most do, and this outlines what it is. It also says that a parent can opt their student out of this if, for whatever reasons, the parent feels that that's not a priority or a need for their student. Let's see, Greg, is this a Greg or a Ryan? Let me look through here really quick. It also says that the Board of Education will have resources to help you with the implementation, and I don't know, I think those are kind of the biggies. Anything I've missed?
I don't think so. I think I'll just add, the state board is working with the division and us to send out some additional guidance, because I was sitting at the filer table and they were saying, well, we don't have anything like this. And so I think, again, this is much like the financial literacy requirement, where there is going to be a transitional period of grace that's provided. But the board is working on what does the PD look like around this, and kind of how could you structure this kind of exploration course for your 7th and 8th graders.
A theme that I hope you've heard developed, and you'll continue to hear this throughout the rest of this portion. We really want to serve as support for you as you are thinking through some of these things. What does the department have access to already that we can share with you? And then the other side of that is you sharing with us. If you have a really fantastic program, let's use this as an example, that you feel satisfies a lot of the things pointed out in this legislation, share with us so that we can become the repository of good things and we can share those out. If you've got a really great policy on how you resolve issues with your parents, share with us. We would like to be able to then go and say, here's what we know from what we've been able to find out, here's what's available nationally, but here's some other great examples of people in our state that are already doing this well. And so hopefully we can kind of work that back and forth.
Debbie,
Yes?
so when he's talking about grace period, if we don't have something necessarily, like as far as 7th and 8th grade, does that mean it has to be implemented this next school year, or?
The question is on the timeline for implementation, and I gotta remember in the statute if this is, it is this year, yes. That's another thing. There's a lot of things coming this year. And so we're really scrambling to be able to help you if you need, where you need help, and then how do we match people up with districts that are doing it. Thank you. I think the certification on this one, Ryan, I think it's just a certified teacher. I don't think it's a specific or a specialized endorsement. I'm seeing a head nod. Anything else on this one, or any? Now that we've got a system for questions.
Can I just add one thing? I'm not trying to.
Yeah, come on up.
There's concern here, but if you look at the statute, I mean, it's pretty clear. Again, that certification question, that's correct. It doesn't require a specific endorsement. And then the statute's really clear that such courses may be offered face-to-face through virtual education programs, as online courses, or as hybrid courses consisting of a combination of online and in-person instruction. So I think that's another important piece. But we're 10 days removed from the legislative session, and so we're determining with the state board how we can best support school districts in implementing this new statutory requirement.
Thanks, Greg. Laurel, does IDLA have this as a course?
Absolutely.
There you go.
I think we're going to be presenting.
Will you stand up while you just so it makes it easier for everyone?
I think that we're going to be talking a little bit about it in the superintendent meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, so the superintendent meeting on Wednesday, she says there'll be more information shared. IDLA has a course, and so that would satisfy that online, and if you want to, anyway, it sounds like that's also a good first place to look. Thank you. As I was looking at you, I had the light bulb go on over my head. All right. Teacher apprenticeships. Brian's going to come up and talk to you about this. He worked with several of the bill sponsors. The bottom line is this is a Board of Education initiative. Kelly, I know that you modeled this after, or the group, this was before I came onto the scene again, after legislation in Tennessee. And it's designed to be another tool in our belt for recruiting and retaining high quality teachers. So Ryan, I'll start with you, and then actually, can I have Callie come up first, and then you want to come up and just talk about the why?
Sorry, put you on the spot.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm honored to be here today. I'm actually have lived most of my life in this area, and so I'm so happy to have you all here, and so appreciative of Superintendent Critchfield and the work she's doing. Well, we as a state board have been very concerned about the fact that we don't have as many people going into education, wanting to become teachers. And so we worked very hard to come up with this program. And of course, you did a lot of legwork on that as well. Unfortunately, we break with our governance system at the state board level. We have different subcommittees, and I don't particularly serve on this one particular subcommittee, so I can't really provide a lot of detail, Debbie. But I'm happy to take back any suggestions you might have. But yeah, we're just doing whatever we can to encourage people to go into the field. And you already have a lot of people in your districts that are working as paraprofessionals. And I think this really targets those individuals.
As Debbie pointed out, Senate Bill 1069 was brought to legislators by the Office of the State Board of Education. So although this is not the State Department's bill, we do fully support this bill, and I had a chance to work with Senator Ward Engelking and Senator Simmelroth to help put the bill forward, to help understand where some of the concerns were, to help answer some of the questions. As Debbie pointed out, this is being used successfully in other states, and it is modeled after another state's model. So there are some key takeaways here. The purpose of the bill is that it creates an additional pathway to teaching for people who don't currently hold a bachelor's degree. So although there are already apprenticeships, this one is very unique in that it's going to work with the Department of Labor, specifically for the Workforce Development Grant, to help provide paid apprenticeships for people to get their teaching certificate and be able to teach in your schools. It is very deliberately aimed at our rural and our remote schools, because if you work in a rural and remote school, you know you've got that teacher waiting to be in some of your parents who maybe didn't finish a BA but make for an amazing volunteer. You've got that paraprofessional that you wish was one of your certified teachers, but they just haven't had the drive or the money or the time perhaps to go back to school and finish that bachelor degree to be able to teach as a certified teacher in your school. And so this is designed to utilize that workforce development grant so that it can help pay for some of those courses. It can help pay for their time that it's going to take to engage in this apprenticeship. And so if you were to look up the bill 1069 and you look on lines 25 and 27, they literally struck the words non-salaried status and they struck the words non-salaried practice teachers, which allows them to be paid for their time in the classroom. Another piece to this bill that will be unique is the intent is to look and ask the question, where can we provide credits for work that they've already done through workforce development? Or in other words, if this is a 5-year paraprofessional, they get to look at that and say, which credits might we provide based on work they've already completed as a paraprofessional? So this is in development with our friends at the state board, and we'll work closely with them and the legislators who help sponsor the bill. And I look forward to getting more information out to you on this one as it develops.
Any questions on this specific one? All right, we'll move into open enrollment. Most of you within your own districts currently have some type of an open enrollment policy, and we've seen that around the state district by district. This specific piece of legislation extends that so that there aren't boundaries for open enrollment considerations district by district. And this was worked on not only with our legislature, but also with our governor. And in an effort to further increase choices for parents around the state, this is how this piece of legislation came together. And there are some guiding parameters for our school districts. And I guess, and I'm going to have Ryan and Greg come up and talk a little bit more about this, but a couple of things I want to point out to you. That school districts shall adopt policies to govern the process for enrollment options. Now again, you may have those within your own district, but now in consideration of the fact that we're thinking of the state of Idaho as a district, for parents to be able to make those choices. And as we know, there isn't one learning environment that is a perfect match for every single student. And so again, this increases a parent's ability to see what works for their child. It does not compel you or require you to provide transportation for that student coming outside of your district, so that piece has not changed. And there are some other restrictions. I'll let Greg and Ryan get into that, into the details. You'll see at the very bottom, it's kind of cut off here a little bit, a question mark, and I'm glad that Ty is here, and I know Tim, and I don't want to miss anyone else from your team, but Ty is the director of our Activities Association. I don't know what, if any, the implications will be for athletics. Now, I mean, with understanding what the rules are for accepting or denying enrollment in neighboring districts, essentially you can live anywhere and go to school anywhere. And so what does that look like? That's questions that has come up quite a bit. What does that look like for eligibility? A couple weeks ago when the IHSAA board met, that was a discussion point that I asked for their board to bring up. It may not change anything. It may change something slight. I don't know. But I would hope that we would at least be, as a team, no pun intended there, but as a team, we'd be able to understand what guidance we can give to school districts and to families, because I know this is coming up quite a bit. So with that, Ryan, Greg, I don't know who wants to go first.
So I'll let Ryan talk a little bit about the mechanics of the bill. Just to provide some additional context, I mean, the existing open enrollment statute was written in 1992, and so there was a genuine interest to update that to align that with what districts were doing in open enrollment. And so there had been calculated that around 70 of our traditional public school districts had some kind of open enrollment. This is going to require every school district to have some kind of open enrollment policy. With that being said, we were at the table. We were with Andy Grover, we were with Quinn Perry, we were with other critical people, making sure that what maybe is discussed in the Capitol was actually applicable in the school building, and that was very important to us. I don't know, Ryan, do you want to talk about the mechanics of the bill real quick?
So Senate Bill 1125, the purpose of the bill is to ensure that every district has an open enrollment policy. It literally does not allow you to not open enroll students. The exception is if you have a lottery system, i.e. charter schools. So this is not applicable to our friends in the charter networks, but this is applicable to every traditional district school. And so there's some things to take note of. One, you cannot exclude except for in 4 cases. One, if you're at capacity. Your policy has to define what capacity means. And so if you don't currently have a model school policy or an adopted school policy that defines what capacity is for 2nd grade classroom, for a 3rd grade classroom, for a freshman core reading class, etc., then you're going to have to spend some time this summer defining what that capacity is in your policy so that it can be used uniformly through your district. The second piece is you can choose not to allow open enrollment if the student has a history of significant discipline issues. That's on page 2, line 19. That was an important part of the negotiations that we had with the folks putting this bill together, because we know that if students have a significant history of significant behavior in the classroom, that has a real negative impact on your resources to serve all other students in the district. The third exception is if the student has been expelled. And the fourth is, this is especially critical as we go back to average daily attendance, if there's a history of chronic absenteeism, and that's on page 2, line 21. Couple of things to take note. If you accept a student into your district on this open enrollment policy, after the end of the first year, the parents simply have to provide you notice that they intend to come back the second year. They do not have to reapply for the second year, but they do provide you notice that they're coming back. At the end of the second year, they are your student, period. Same as any student living in district. So at the end of the second year, they do not have to provide notice. They are now your student. There are a couple of things to take note of in the reporting 4 times a year, you'll report out the capacity for your schools. So for example, if you have an elementary, 4 times a year, you're gonna wanna post on the website, here's where we're at in 2nd grade, here's where we're at in 3rd grade, here's where we're at in 4th grade, so that parents who are looking for another placement for their student can go on your website and see where capacity is in your grades. You'll also report that same information to the State Department of Education. The last piece to take note of is there is a 2-step appeal process if their open enrollment is denied. The first step is very deliberate, and that's to your own local school board. And so your own local school board will hear the appeal from a parent if they are not accepted in open enrollment and choose to appeal it. After they appeal it to your local school board, they do have the option of appealing it to the State Board of Education if your local school board upholds your decision not to open enroll that student. Questions? Mike? Mike's question is, at what point does transportation come into play? It does not, Mike. You are not required to transport that student into your district. It is the parent's job to get that student transported into your district. Yes? Yep, this is actually the question we get the most. Are there any exceptions for students receiving special services, such as on a 504 or special education? The answer is no. So you and your local school board are going to be very careful and very deliberate if you choose to define capacity for your special education programs. That will be a tricky needle to thread. I highly recommend you work with your local council, whoever counsels your school board, to make sure that you are not being excluding students with disability based on their disability if you choose to define capacity for your special programs in your school district. Good question.
The bill specifically says for the second consecutive year, they may complete their education at the school. Are you saying it's for the district or just for that school building?
Her question is, after the student completes their 2nd year, is it specific to that district or is it specific to that school? It is both. There is language directly in there that says a district may not change the student's school without consent from the parent. And if you'll give me just a second, I will find that for you, because that came up in Region 5 as well. It's actually, the one I'm looking at is on page 4, line 10. No pupil shall be transferred to any school without the notification and consent of the pupil's parent or guardian. Page 4, line 10. Luke.
Some policies have exceptions to capacity, specifically for students of staff members. Is that going to be an issue under this new legislation, that you allow an exception for a staff member to exceed the established capacity?
So Luke's question was, some policies allow for, even if you're at capacity, to allow a staff member's student to attend your district without breaking policy. That's also going to be a tricky needle to thread. This question came up in Region 3, specific to a district that has a lot of open enrollment. And she said, we're considering designing our open enrollment policy very similar to how charter schools do it. And if you look at a lot of charter policies, it starts with the first tier as board member, students of board members. The 2nd tier is students of staff. The 3rd tier is in district, and the 3rd tier is siblings. 4th tier is in district, and the 5th tier is out of district. I would suggest you think about modeling it similar to how charter schools do it, because we know that that is a known accepted way to enroll students who are out of district, is through their lottery system, and they do have a very specific tiered structure that's been used for the better part of a decade. So I would work with your legal counsel and ask the question, can you model one similar to how our charter schools do it? Tim?
There was some misunderstanding with Mike's question, with the clarification about transportation. We have some students we want to send to Twin Falls.
I think Brady said he would be happy to transport your students into Twin Falls, but you'll have to check with him later on that. Those are good questions. Thank you for asking them.
There's another one.
Yeah.
I have another question. Can you set, I thought I read it somewhere in here, but I can't remember. Can you set your capacity as a building, or does it have to be grade level capacity?
Her question is, can you set it as a building or can you set it as a grade level? And I don't think that's spelled out in this bill, but I will be happy to check and find out. That's a good question. I haven't gotten that one yet.
You'll send that to all of us.
Yeah, I'll write that one down and send it. I got my questions on the back here that I get, and I'll write that one down. Andy? The question is, how does athletic eligibility impact this? And that will be the million-dollar question moving forward. Is A, does it impact this? And B, if so, how? And so Tim and Ty and I will be working with the Activities Association to try and answer that question, because that's an important one.
Recognizing football starts in a couple of months.
Okay, appreciate your questions.
Yes, thank you for the questions. It helps us be prepared as we go to the next regions and to follow up with everybody. All right, this one really is a Cassia County piece of legislation. I believe there was only one trustee elected that this was applicable to, but nonetheless, a good action was taken. And so a trustee, and it happened in Cassia, was elected to the school board in good faith in the zone that she was districted for. And then after redistricting took place, they learned months later that she was no longer a part of that district. And so this legislation really would apply when our census or some of these other things happen in the state. But it just says that when someone is duly elected to a position and they were residing in that at the time of their election, if something changes, so long as they don't move from that address, they can finish out their term, and then they would have to, if they wanted to run again, they'd have to run in the zone that they were rezoned for. So, specific questions on this one? I don't think anybody in the state, but I think that this was a reasonable solution to somebody who, like I say, in good faith ran for something and then found out later they weren't in that place. All right, let's do one more and then we'll take a quick break or a question break. This has to do with revolving loans for charter schools. And I'm going to have Ryan come up and give you some specific details, but I'm going to just kind of set the stage here by saying this. This specific legislation, it was intended to address facility needs for charter schools who don't have access to levies for facilities. With that said, it's important for me to let you know that the conversation about facilities with our traditional public schools, the door has not been closed on that. Last summer, there was a legislative interim committee that got together with the purpose of providing some recommendations to the legislature on how to solve this problem. There were recommendations made that were not successful in the legislative process for public traditional schools. That does not mean it is closed off and it is dead. This is an absolute priority as we look to alleviate the burdens of our local property taxes. Again, what just bringing up and reiterating how we have communities around the state that want to be supportive of education, but for a variety of reasons are not able to do that through their taxes. How do we solve this billion-dollar problem? We know what the deficit is, deferred maintenance. This is a problem we didn't get into in one day, and we're not going to get out of it in a day. And so solutions and ideas and recommendations are being discussed on how we look at solving this problem. So with that, Ryan, if you'll come up and then when Ryan finishes, we'll take a, 10-minute break, go back and look at our questions, and then we'll wrap it up, my part anyway, a few minutes after that.
Okay, since I am the only thing standing between you and a break, I'll be brief. Senate Bill 1043 was designed to assist new charter schools, new being either in their pre-opening stage or in their first year or in their second year. And the idea is to provide low-cost facility loans to them. $50 million was appropriated at a very low interest rate of 0.5%, designed to be paid back in roughly 5 years. About 4 charters open annually, so that's about $10 million a year. So if you do the math, every 5 years this should be replenishing itself, therefore a revolving loan. And so I will be keeping a close eye on this to see how this works, and if this idea is one that is working for our charter community. Could something like this be working for our typical district community as well? There are states that use a version of this for all schools in their state. And so it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. A couple of key things to note is it goes through the Idaho Housing and Finance. It does not go through the State Department. And so the entity that provides that, the actual that they apply to, and then they oversee the loans is the Idaho Housing and Finance. And the charter schools do have to have commitments. They have to have $1 million commitment outside of this loan, and they do have to have letters of intent from those who intend to provide additional monies to the loan. So this loan is not designed to be 100% of the funding. It is designed to be a portion of the funding. So again, in their first, either in their pre-opening stage, in their first year, or their second year, and we'll be keeping a close eye on this to see how it functions and how it truly supports those charters and their facility needs, to see if this is something we should consider ongoing for our traditional district schools. Okay, with that, take 10 minutes. I'm going to grab a few more questions that came up, and now is the time to dump your questions back there before I grab them if you've got them, they're sitting on your desk. Thank you.
Before we move on to a new piece of legislation, Ryan's going through a bunch of questions and categorizing them, and we'll address those at lunch. And so thank you for making the effort to provide those. And if you've got additional questions, continue to put them on the board. I do want to cover a couple of things just quickly. One of the questions on open enrollment, do any of the requirements affect charter schools? And the answer is no. And so as Ryan said, there's the lottery system in place, and that satisfies that. In regards to the seclusion and restraint, there are a number of things that aren't addressed, and I'll say that, one of the bullet points on the note, behaviors are increasing and this is affecting instruction in the classroom. We 100% agree with that. I don't know that you could see it. It was just, it was kind of cut off along the bottom when we had that slide up. But we have a working group, a behavioral health working group that it has been meeting, I don't know, 6 weeks ago-ish. We started this during the session. The goal is to provide some strategies and tools to better help our teachers in the classroom on what they can and can't do, and how to engage parents in this. The other goal is to provide some policy recommendations on how we tackle this. And we've seen, as I mentioned, behaviors change in a lot of ways over the last 3 years, and it doesn't look like one thing, because it looks like every kid that comes. I also recognize that part of this, there's a different attitude with many of our students and families about even coming to school. And so as we look to provide some solutions, what are other states doing? How can we best prepare our teachers in this area? We're looking for help, ideas, suggestions on things and strategies that have worked for you. Consistently around the state, as I traveled around, this was a priority issue. Help us know how to manage our classrooms. I would also add one other thing to this. I've been meeting with our colleges, our deans at our four-year institutions that are over education, and having discussions about what is happening on the pre-service end. Are we putting enough time and attention into this area so that as our new teachers go into the classroom, they feel more equipped than maybe what they have in the past. And so once we have a baseline of who is doing what and how they're doing it, we want to have some consistency around the state on how we help our teachers with this. And I've been really encouraged to hear more than what I thought was happening, but I do think that this is an area that we can provide some more attention to. And then I would just add my agreement, classified staff are increasingly getting injured. We have some of our least trained, least paid people with some of our highest need students. And I'm hopeful with new monies coming in with our governor's recommendation and what the legislature's appropriated that we can help pay our people. And then the SDE is looking at ways that we can help support that through professional development and training. And then, how do we allow this to happen and expect to retain staff? Well, we don't. So we need to fix that. And there's priority attention on that. And like I said, Ryan's got more questions. He's categorizing, and he'll get to those. All right, moving on to our public silent prayer. This is one of those falls in the category of something that you should know, that this legislation reflects a more recent Supreme Court ruling. You'll remember it's based off of the Supreme Court case. There was a football coach who at the conclusion of a game went out to the field, kneeled in prayer, and then others joined him. He was later penalized through his employment for doing that, and then that case made its way through the Supreme Court. And so I think we're seeing a change in some of this, the legal cases. And it's one of those, this is for employees of our public schools, public institutions, and just that you're not prohibiting their right to silent prayer. Again, think of what happened with the football coach. Here's another one that is a requirement that I think is an easy one for you to check off your list. Legislation that says you need to have our national motto, "In God We Trust," posted in a public and visible place. Now, the legislation has two things. One is it gives specific requirements on what it looks like, the lettering, the color, this, that type of thing. And the requirement actually says if it is donated to you, then you are required to post it. Just buy one. Don't wait for someone to donate it. Ryan and I surfed through Amazon. You can get it for $9. I can't think of any reason why you would wait for someone to donate it. We have flags. We pledge allegiance. We do all of these things. This falls in line with that. And so if you don't already have something in your the beginning of your school office, somewhere where most of your people are, get one. This is an easy one of all the things that we're going to talk to you about today that will, if you're a list maker and you love to cross things off, this will really be satisfying. So any questions on this one specifically? We can get you the exact. Yes, Luke.
On that, it's been asked. So if you have displayed this and someone donates, do you have to display the one they donated?
No one has asked that, and
Because if 20 people donate this, do we have to display all 20 tonight? Or once it's displayed, do you turn down the donation?
I wouldn't turn down the donation. This is just me. I don't, unless someone's going to correct me in this room, that it's not laid out in the statute. I think if someone brought you one, so long as it fits the description here, put it in your library. I think there are in your gym, I think that there are places that you could do that. I certainly wouldn't turn it down, but I would also let people know that there are requirements. Poster, framed copy, the background lettering, framing include black, white, gold, or silver. I mean, it's pretty specific in here, which is okay, and we're happy to send you if you don't want to look on Amazon yourself. Right, we can send you links, but honestly, it was like $9.98. So we'd encourage you to get one if you don't have one already. Just out of curiosity, Luke, do you already have one then? He's not listening. Who else has one? It's okay. It's okay. I know people like you. No, I know. I'm kidding you. Do you already have one available? Okay. All right. Oh, okay.
I just sent you the link.
There you go. Greg sent it to you. Perfect. All right. All right. So moving on then, Idaho has now defined abstinence. For me to understand how to explain this specific legislation to you, it was important for me to understand the intent. And so I went and visited with Representative E. Hart. She was the sponsor of the bill to make sure that we're all on the same page as I go through the legislation. What does this mean and how does this change? So the intent of the legislation was to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, so that when a district says our sex education curriculum is abstinence-based, that we're all defining abstinence in the same way. And I'm going to look over to our senator. Is that how you also understood it? Okay, so I'm on the right track. Okay. And so this doesn't say that you have to throw out the curriculum that you have or you have to choose a specific curriculum, but what it does provide is greater transparency and understanding of the curriculum that you are providing, so that when you say we are abstinence-based, it meets the definitions as now put forward in statute. And if yours doesn't fit this, then you can explain, this is the definition, this is what we do, this is what's available. Senator Zeiderfeld, would you like to add anything to that?
No, it's just to
Come on up here.
Thanks for including me. I was trying to
Oh,
lay low.
absolutely. No.
So basically, this is just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So that when we do, let's say, have open enrollment, you're not going from Kimberly School over to Castle Fork School, and you have different definitions of abstinence. And so it's just keeping us all on the same level, and so there's not any confusion, and so maybe a parent will come over to Castle Fork and say, well, that's not the definition of abstinence, that's not what they did in Kimberly. And so this is just to protect everybody included in the sexual teaching of the kids, is to make sure that your definition is straight across the board. So if that's any help.
Thank you so much. Like I said, it's nice. You know, we watch the legislative session. We've got on a TV monitor, either the House or the Senate, and then on a computer, either the House or the Senate. I mean, those are our sort of, you know, binge watching during the session. And it's important for me to hear what the discussion is, what the debate is on either side of it, and what the intent is, so that when we come out and explain it to you, that we're on the same page as what was passed. Because it doesn't serve you at all for me to show up and say, I like this or I don't like this, or you have to do this or you don't have to do that, without understanding what's going on. And so that it's important for us to go and say, okay, what was at the heart of this? And so you can take a look at what your curriculum is and see if it aligns with what the state definition is, and then how you explain and have those conversations with your parents is important. Question on this one specifically, I guess if you're looking for help, one of the questions on guidance on a policy, I don't know that this is so much a policy that you need to have as it is how you explain what you're doing. It's no different than what you send out for your, you know, when we do maturation in 5th and 6th grade, or your health curriculums in 8th and 10th, that if you describe your programs as abstinence-based or not, that you include, you know, what is a part of that. Can only abstinence be taught? That's a local board decision. There's a statutory process in place for how you determine as a board your curriculum. It has to involve the community and others, and so how you approach that is very much still up to you. And is there a set curriculum on this? No. I think there's a variety of ways. Now, having said that, I understand that this has been a delicate issue for many of our districts around the state. What to use, what not to use. Are there national groups coming in promoting something where it's something else? And so myself with some of our partners at different agencies at the state level and others are looking at what we can provide to you that would fit into the category of abstinence-based. The decision would still be yours, but it doesn't put the burden on you to go out and search everything that's available nationwide. That we can bring that here to you and say, here are curriculums, this is what they do and what they talk about, and then allow you and your boards to have those conversations. Other questions or thoughts on this one? All right, so we're going to move now into, I call it the bathroom bill, which is not a great way to call it, because it really touches onto more than simply bathrooms. This particular piece of legislation grew out of conversations with boards. It started in Region 3, but frankly, this is a topic everywhere. How do we address this? I am very appreciative that our legislature has come and put some parameters and definitions around this, because I believe that it will help you. This is one of those circumstances where there was all types of guidance that was given. Should we do this? Do we have to do this? Where do we do this? And then from district to district, it might look different. And districts were challenged on how to solve this issue that really originated with some of our conversations around gender identity, etc. The legislation in a nutshell, and we can get more specific and help where needed, says that if you have a separate area for a student to use the bathroom, to change their clothes, etc., that you've satisfied the protection of a child. Now, I know and you know that there are other reasons that many of our students don't feel comfortable using public restrooms. Some bullying can take place there. Some students, whether it's a gender issue or not, are not comfortable with their bodies, and other reasons. And so if your school has a separate area for that student to change their clothes, use the facilities, that you have met the needs for your school. I know some schools have felt like they were required and compelled to do a number of additional things to satisfy that. The fear of federal lawsuits, the fear of other things may have caused many of our boards to make decisions that they wouldn't have made. And so this helps set you up. I really do believe that it provides a foundational place for you, for your boards to go and make some of these decisions. This is another area where we have reached out to boards who have successfully navigated this in their communities, and have asked for them to provide us their policies on how they've done this so that we could share this with you. Not every board that's talked about this has been on the news, and we want to keep you all out of the news. And so I think there are good ways to do this, and again, I think the legislature here in this case provided some safety around these conversations. Questions on this specifically? Yes.
Field trips, that was a question.
Yes, thank you. And I lost track of that when I said this has more to do than just simply bathrooms. But it does have to do with any type of overnight trips. And so I'm going to look, in the legislation, the first part of the chapter just talks about the why of it, I think, and what the obligation of the district is. There's a section for definitions, a part for restrooms, and a part for exemptions. So I'm going to look, let's see here. I thought I had it highlighted. That's the changing facilities. I know it's in here, give me a second. Oh, here it is. During any school authorized activity or event where persons share overnight lodging, school personnel must provide separate sleeping quarters for members of each sex. No person shall share sleeping quarters, a restroom, or changing facility with a person of the opposite sex unless the persons are members of the same family. So again, in this case, I guess your due diligence on this would be if you had a student that identified with a gender that they were not biologically born to, that they would have to have a separate sleeping area. And in that case, this is me adding on to this. This is where our parents come into play, that that they are a part of what happens with our overnight trips and so forth. Yes, Paul?
Effective date, when does this start?
July 1, effective date July 1. That's when all of our legislation goes into effect. There is in this one a civil cause of action, and this was something, another theme. There was a lot of civil cause of action abilities for parents. This one lays out a specific amount. I think in this case that the school just, or the parent would have to show that the school willfully disregarded what the legislation is. And so in this case, this is important and it's serious, but I would also caution you not to overthink it. These are things that I think that you're already doing, providing a separate facility for students for whatever reasons, protecting all of the students at your school for all of these things, and working with parents when it comes to some of these overnight trips and field trips. So, thoughts, questions? All right. This would probably be, I think you will engage all of your school attorneys on this, and this would probably be a good one to kind of help navigate this one as well. Okay, our property tax. Julie and Gideon are going to get into this one in more detail, and so I don't want to spend too much time here on this particular piece, but let's have a moment about March. And so this, I know, was not the preferred place for you to be, to have the March date removed. And frankly, I believe it is one of the main reasons that the governor initially vetoed this bill, was in hopes of bringing back the March election date. It's not back. The legislation was overridden in the legislature. It will be a law July 1. And there are some very good parts of this that will help alleviate some of those property tax burdens and direct monies to your bonds and to your levies. There was a lot of work done by the associations to remove August instead of March, but that was a non-starter for the sponsors and for many in the legislature. With that said, what do you do now? Where do you go? Again, encourage you to think differently about your own timelines, and having May be the last election before, or your last opportunity before your budget setting, makes things more challenging. Look at November. I know I can read bubbles above your heads, and so I know, and I've heard, but March is gone, and so I know I don't know what else to say there. I will add one other detail. There is a perception, whether it's real or perceived, that our districts put out the number they hope to get in March, and then when it fails, they get the number they meant to have in May. I've heard that quite a bit, and so I would encourage you that if May is the one time that you're going to look at your supplemental levies, that you do an incredible amount of work in your communities so that they understand this is what we're asking for, why we need it, what this looks like. As someone who has been in an unfortunate position to help run many bonds and levies over my time, it takes an incredible amount of work. It's very similar to any campaign that you have. To be successful, you want your community to appreciate and understand where you are. So that's my one plug there, that in your in everything that you talk about, that your community understands, here, this is why we're doing this in May, and this is our opportunity to help us set the budget moving forward. Questions, thoughts, comments? I think, Andy, you're going to have a little more on this, or a comment or two when you come up. All right, we're very near the end. And this is how I know. Okay, we're going to end on a happy note. We now have a new state dinosaur, everybody. The Erectodromius was put into legislation, so it's very similar to all of the other state things that we have: state bird, state horse, state flower, state tree, all of those things. And I just want to share with you the process. So there was a group of fourth graders at Yukon Elementary over in Idaho Falls that their teacher got them going on some reports, and they brought in a dinosaur expert in that area, and they discovered that this specific dinosaur was unique to Idaho, and that one of the characteristics that they thought fit the values of Idaho was they were a burrowing, family-oriented dinosaur, and they would get to be about the size, full-grown, as a golden retriever. See how much I've learned on this? So why I know this. So I was in Senate Education when this group of fourth graders zoomed in to have the bill hearing to the committee members. And these little 9-year-olds, they were all dressed in their Sunday best. They had been properly coached. And at the conclusion of them stating their facts as to the size and the this or that, then they would each say, and at the end, they would say, "Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I would now stand for questions." So I'm sure the senator heard about this. We saw it on both sides, the House and on the Senate. And so this is exciting, and hopefully this will trickle down in the teachers, and I think there's a lot of fun that could be had with this. And anyway, here's where my portion with the legislation ends, and where there's going to be a little more talk, but this is where I just really want to talk to you. And I'm in this stage of like, I can't see if I don't have glasses here, but then or can't see anyway, and I want to really be able to look at everybody. Don't be discouraged by this. This is not the Legislative Roadshow to make you feel depressed. This is an exciting time to be a part of education. There is a lot of good work to do, and we need good people doing the work. We need you. We need good board members. We need good superintendents. We need good business managers. We need good people. We need good teachers. We need everybody working together. I've gone through a number of things that are going to drop into what you do day to day. This is a very small portion of what you have control of. Don't lose sight of the fact that as a local board, you retain the majority of the decision making for everything that you do. And I would encourage you to utilize that. Think differently. Our classrooms are different, our hallways are different, our students are different, our teachers are different. What can you do at your local board table that gets us to the outcomes that our students need to have? We need our students to be able to read. We need our students to be prepared for the world around them. You can think creatively, differently, develop policies that reflect your outcomes that you want to have and that reflect the priorities that you have. Get your strategic plans out and dust them off and make a plan that means something. Drive towards the things that you know are important in your communities and that your parents expect. You have the power to do that. I don't want you to walk away from this thinking we're powerless, everything is done to us. No, it isn't. You have the power to make those decisions, to influence the lives of the students and to be the leaders in your community. For many of you, you employ more people than any other industry in your communities. For many of you, your school is the heart of the town. Don't forget that. That's so important. I'm excited to be a part of education. There is so many wonderful things that we can do and that we need to do together. I want to be a partner with you. I want the Department of Education to be a resource to you. I want you to look at us as your first and best source of help and information, that we're not just here for compliance and we're not just here to ding people. We're here to help you reach the finish line that you have set within your own districts and to accomplish the goals that you have. When you were elected as a board trustee or when you were hired as a superintendent, don't lose sight of that in this day. We're going to talk to you about something that happened in the last couple of months that has a lot of implications in all sorts of ways for the coming year. But you have the power to make the year what you want it to be. You control the schedule, you control the time, you control all of these things. You control the culture of what happens in your buildings. Don't forget what it felt like on your very first day of the job when you wanted to change the world. You can still do that. And we're here to help you. Thank you so much for coming and allowing us our first go around with this group. We're proud to be at the head, and we want to be a partner and a champion with you. And I thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. Andy, Greg, and Ryan, I think the three of you.
So we're gonna be really fast, but what we've been doing to kind of close things out before lunch is just talk about 6 pieces of legislation that did not pass, but that we think you as school leaders should be aware of for a variety of reasons. And so, so again, and we've got less than 10 minutes, so we're really gonna go through these really quickly. If you have any additional questions on what I cover, Ryan covers, Andy covers, please come talk to us at lunch. So the first one was the school and libraries bill.
10 minutes, we're gonna be late for lunch, I'm just telling you. No, what I do wanna say about the libraries bill is that when we went and met with the sponsors of this original bill, they said, look, we ran a bill last year, and if you guys remember 666, which we think it was well named, you know, they said, you guys didn't do anything after we ran that bill, even though it failed. You know, we still had these issues in libraries. And so they brought back this one, and it did have civil penalties in it. It started out at $10,000, and by the time it finally passed, it was at $2,500. But there was lots in this bill besides just pornographic material in libraries. There was also things with groups in different areas that, you know, you really had to read through because there was a lot of stuff in there that could be interpreted by whoever was reading the bill. And, you know, the governor vetoed this bill kind of at the last moment, which we're very glad that they did, and it wasn't overridden. I think the thing that I would point out and ask is that make sure you guys are looking at your policies, right? Make sure we're doing our part. Now, I did send out a list of books, and most people saw those books, and I did have to talk to the Library Commission for a while because we're not asking you to remove anything. What we're saying is, look at the books you have, look who they're going out to, make sure they're going to the appropriate kids, you know. But there were 5 books specifically that Dale and I saw that were absolutely terrible. I mean, they were terrible. We did not find those in any schools. So, you know, as we sent out those emails and things like that, so thank God those weren't in there. But there are a handful of others that you just have to decide how those are going to go out and to the age-appropriate students. So please do that. Please get with your boards at some point, look at the policy that you have and make sure that it's updated and that we've done our part. Because I guarantee you we'll see something like this come back, and I have to be able to stand in front of those folks and say, we've done our part, and we are making sure that appropriate materials are going to the appropriate kids. So, questions on this one?
All right, Senator Lent brought S 1153 in regards to board training, and you probably will see a version of this bill again next year, and part of that reason is it did have state department support, and so I supported this bill, Debbie supported this bill. There's a few reasons for it. Grab the wrong one. There are 2 pieces to this bill. One is required training for new trustees within the first 60 days. And the reason we supported this bill is it had required training around the most important pieces of being a trustee. What is the role of the trustee? What's the trustee's lane? What's the superintendent's lane? Making sure that trustees are data literate. Do they know how to read IRI data, ISAT data? Because that leads to healthy goal setting for the districts. Are boards literate in superintendent evaluations, understanding what goes into the evaluation and how it's to be conducted? And then the last 2 are, do they understand the basic ins and outs of what to do and what not to do, i.e. Twitter, media, Facebook? And then the last one is basics in open meeting law. The second piece to the bill was that same thing required every other year for all trustees. So again, even though this one did not make it out of the Senate Education Committee, it is likely that you'll see a version of this bill again next year.
Well, the next one that comes up, it was teachers' spending accounts. And basically what it did was created these accounts for teachers to be able to buy things for their classrooms. The 2 pieces that we didn't know was, one, how much money it was gonna cost. There was no appropriation added to it, just said whatever JFAC appropriated to these accounts. The other issue is that it went directly to the teacher and they could bypass our policies and different things to buy things for their classrooms. And then there was the question of who owns it, right? And so we just had some questions with this when it was brought up. So it didn't make it very far, but again, you know, when people start talking about, hey, we're gonna get something for teachers to buy things for the classroom, most people get excited. We just want a little more language behind it to make sure that, you know, policy is followed through the district, whatever that district policy for spending is, as well as who owns it at the end. So pretty simple bill, but I think it will be back next year as well.
So I'm just going to talk about the final three really quick again, because we're wanting to stay on time today. So this one was also vetoed by the governor. It was a driver's training bill, and what it did was it was brought by Representative Mendive, and this has been the second year that this has been brought forward. And the aim really is to make sure that our rural school districts and our rural students have the same driver's training opportunities available that our more urban school district did. So, you know, we have the existing school district driver's training program. You have private drivers training businesses. This would create kind of a route for parent-student drivers. And there would be requirements around what was required of a parent-student driver, and then hourly requirements for fulfilling this requirement. And this was vetoed by the governor. I think a lot of the rationale behind the veto was concerns about creating kind of a third structure that didn't line up with what private businesses have to do, private drivers' businesses have to do, and then also what school districts are required to do. I'm just going to tell you, as a State Department of Education, and I've been talking to Ryan about this, we're going to be very proactive in making sure that our rural school districts do have driver's training opportunities. And so we'll be talking with Representative Mendive and other legislators about, you know, do we need a rural exemption? I mean, what do we need to do here to make sure that our rural school districts have these kinds of same driver's ed opportunities? So on the final kind of two slides, I'm just going to briefly talk about the two education savings accounts legislation or choice bills that came up. And in all, there was about 7 pieces of legislation. Let me just briefly talk about 2 of them. Why I'm discussing these 2 is that these seem to kind of be clear. This one, for example, was discussed, 1038 was discussed for several weeks. In early February, there was 2 days worth of hearing in the Senate Education Committee around this piece of legislation. And what it does is it creates the Freedom in Education savings account. And that's about $6,000, just under $6,000 that would go to about 2,000 students. For several different eligible expenses, and actually, excuse me, it's going to cover under 6,600 students. So it's $6,000 for 6,600 students. That creates a fiscal impact of $40 million, and it would go for several eligible expenses. Obviously, tuition featured pretty heavily in an eligible expense. But there was also things that are within the existing Empowering Parents program, micro-grant program. This includes textbooks, this includes tutoring, this includes curricula and supplementary material. And much like the Empowering Parents program, this would create a parent review commission of 6 parents that would help provide recommendations around the governance of this program. So this one was discussed for about 6 to 7 weeks. It did pass out of the Senate Education Committee after 2 days of hearings, and then it failed on the Senate floor in early to mid-February. And then the other one piece of legislation that we've been talking about is Senate Bill 1161. And Well, I don't know if I'd classify this as purely an ESA. What it does is, as the superintendent talked about, empowering parents was made permanent to the tune of $30 million. So rather than using federal funds, that $30 million of state funds is in the State Board of Education's budget to make this micro grant permanent. And so what this bill would have done was, in not this fiscal year, but next fiscal year, subdivided the Empowering Parents program. So of that $30 million, $18 million of it would go towards the existing eligible expenses, the existing eligible micro grants of $11,000 per student, $3,000 per family. And then the remainder, the remaining $12 million would go for tuition grants of just under $6,000 for about 2,000 students. And so this was the other one that it did pass both the committee, the Senate Education Committee, and it came off the Senate floor. And probably because of timing, because legislation that kind of ends up going through the process in mid-March sometimes gets lost in the shuffle of, the aim to go sine die. This bill didn't make it over to the House. But again, this is legislation we want to make you aware of. There is going to be choice legislation next year. And these were two forms that seemed to get the most traction in this legislative session. And with that, we can, yes.
And I just want to add a couple things. First of all, I want to thank everyone that helped stand up. This bill, again, 7 of those that were defeated this year is a huge hats off to everyone here. When you talk about the money that's going to be spent and you talk about choices at Idaho, we're the 3rd best state in the country with choices. It exists. This is about funding something other than charter schools and public traditional schools. So we need to keep up that fight, but we also need to get the word out of all the good things that we're doing in our schools. I haven't been to a single district where something amazing isn't going on, and we need to make sure we're promoting that outside. The votes on 1038 were the comments were 3-1 against. That was pretty common throughout the thing. Our folks want to keep going with what we're doing. We just have to make sure that we are talking about the parent choice that exists, right? And the fact that it's happening in our schools.
Okay, as we wrap up, there are 3 things to know about lunch. Number 1, we get to hear from CSI during lunch. It will be a working lunch as we hear from them about their programs that they offer here at CSI. Number 2, there are gluten-free options available. If you are not gluten-free, please don't take them, or you'll get kicked in the shins by somebody who is. They are clearly marked. The 3rd thing is, please come out this door if you would, because we're going to loop around, go down, and come in this back door, and we'll be eating in here. So please do exit this way, and we'll be coming back in that way. Thank you.
Before we turn it over, I just want to thank the College of Southern Idaho for hosting us. They've been gracious hosts to the State Department of Education. They've worked really closely with us in preparing what's been so far a very good event, a well-organized event. Hopefully lunch is great. So now we're going to hear from our sponsors.
Good afternoon. I'll try to make this super exciting so you don't go to sleep after you eat your lunch. I'm Teresa Carter. I am an instructor and the mentor coordinator for the CSI Non-Traditional Educator Preparation Program, affectionately known as NTEP. So I first want to ask, how many of you in the room, your district is familiar with our program? And how many of you in the room, your district is either currently using our program with one of your teachers, or you have in the past? Okay. I figured that most of you would have some knowledge about our program, so we're going to very quickly go through this 16-slide PowerPoint and then just do a Q&A. Tracy, would you come introduce yourself?
I can do it right from here. My name is Tracy Meyer-Hopper, and I'm the Education Department Chair here at CSI. I know a lot of you, so.
She's also the other instructor in our program. We have 2 instructors in our program, and we're supporting about 250 candidates currently. And so we have a small but mighty team. So like I said, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly so we can get to questions that you have. I know that the knowledge about our program is in the room. We do have former mentors in the room. Dale Lane, I don't know, he was on a phone call. I saw him. You're getting lunch. So we have some former mentors in the room, and we have a current mentor with us today that will take questions or answer questions if you have some about specifically how the mentoring works. I am not going to read these slides to you, but I will kind of, it's really hard to look at my PowerPoint. There we go. I'll just highlight some of these points. So we are specifically about helping you find those right people for the teaching positions and then getting them through our program so that they then are trained, identified, trained, and hopefully we are retaining those quality teachers. We have different entry points. We do have some handouts that I'll put up on this front table before we're done that you can help yourself to. Multiple entry points means, for example, we can do a teacher to new. If you have someone in your district that's already a certified teacher, but you need them to teach something they don't hold certification for, they can take one module in our program to add that endorsement. So that's an important entry point. We have people who come to us with a bachelor's degree. That's ideally who we are ready to help out. They have a bachelor's degree. A district has chosen them for an open position. We are able to immediately get them going with our program, and within 2 years, they will complete the program, and their 3-year interim becomes a 5-year renewable. I told you I'd make this exciting. So we are targeting kind of career changers, or we want to grab those paraprofessionals that are amazing in the classroom, and we can help them get to their certification as well. We have mentor training, rater reliability in the platform that we use. All of the resources are in our platform, and then we have third-party scorers who ultimately score the end product for each module. So this slide, if you see the note down in the corner, this is the original report from the State Board of Education, and it shows that CSI's retention rate was at 100%, but they were looking at people who were teaching in 2017, 2018, and then were retained. So the official report shows us with an NA because we didn't have students until the fall of 18, but we are retaining those who end up certified through our program. So we work with, like I said, kind of emergency hires. I don't know that they're really emergency hires anymore. They're all kind of emergency hires, it seems like these days. So you choose the right person for your opening, and then we do the rest of the work for them. We do deliver the curriculum to candidates kind of on demand. So in the Teach Forward platform, they may have all of their assignments assigned to them, and they can work at their own pace if they're comfortable and choose to, but they do not have to. We have 5 modules. They're offered online. One of those is offered during the summer, and it's an 8-week session. The other 4 modules are offered during a regular college semester. We do a candidate education plan, so we're flexible and take into account each individual's circumstances and what they're wanting to accomplish. The modules are designed around the framework for teaching clusters, so they are instructed on the language of education as they're going through our program. This is the 6 clusters of the framework. So when I really like to walk when I'm talking, so this is really hard for me. So the first module they take is Classroom Management and the Learning Environment, which is clusters 2 and 3. They take cluster 6 during the summer. Then they take cluster 1 or cluster 4, and then cluster 5, Successful Learning by All Students, is always the last semester that they take. We start them out with classroom management and the learning environment, then we get to data and how to ensure each and every student is successful in the final module. And this is kind of the smart card that shows how the domains and components crosswalk with the clusters. So the cost of our program is $5,000. So that's $1,000 per semester. And half of that is set aside to pay their mentor for the support that the mentor does. We really say that the mentoring program is the heart and soul of our program because those are the individuals that get to know, with 250 students, obviously Tracy and I can't get to know them as well as we would like, but we have a mentor who works with them, gets to know them, and truly becomes a support system for them. Many of them continue that relationship long after they've finished up our program. We do have validated summative performance assessments, and it's aligned to the Idaho Core Teaching Standards. I am going to let Tracy talk about these last two bullets on this particular page because that's more her bailiwick than mine.
I'm not going to spend much time talking about it at all because of the fact that you guys are eating lunch and we are throwing a lot of information out at you. But if you have somebody who does not have their bachelor's degree but is very interested in teaching and you feel like you want to invest in that person, we have programs to help them go through to where they can get a bachelor's degree. You might ask, well, what happens if they have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice instead of education? Well, there are still paths that we have. So just have them reach out to us and we'll make sure that we help them articulate into the programs that are best for them. And other than that, we also have just been approved for a Bachelor of Applied Science in the area of education. And so we'll be making some changes there as well. If you have any questions at all, though, please reach out. And we're happy to help in any way that we can.
Thank you, Tracy. So this is kind of an idea of where our program is being used, basically all over the entire state. Because the demand, teacher shortage, we're doing our best to fill the gap. Wiley asked me earlier, like, what are some districts that are using your program and doing it really well? And so I'm going to put together a list for him. We have some districts who say, we need a teacher, we hire somebody and then send them to CSI, and CSI can try to figure out how to make sure they're qualified to actually teach what they've been hired for. That's not really the best ideal way of doing it. Other districts go through, make sure that the person has everything they need to qualify for the job they're hiring them for, and then they send them to us with all of their documentation, so it's quicker for us to do our part. So neither way is wrong, but some are more efficient than others. So this is the platform that we use. So we have coaching and mentoring training and tips. There's also assessor training and calibration. If someone just wanted to go through what do the performance assessments look like and go through the motions as though they were going to be a scorer, that is all in our platform. Then we have our 5 modules there through the middle. I have a... and then we have the performance assessments there at the bottom. So each module has a performance assessment task that students have to complete. It does, 4 of the 5 require them to submit video capture of what happens in their classroom as part of their evidence. The platform is always accessible. The online courses that we offer are recorded and then posted for students to either watch multiple times, or if they can't attend when we have our Zoom class meeting, they can watch the recording later. And our assessments are criterion referenced and use the rubrics from the clusters. So this kind of just shows you some of the materials that are in the platform for mentors. If you have any questions about what the mentoring looks like, Dale can fill you in, Wiley can probably fill you in. We have Tyson Carter here that can answer some questions. He is a mentor in our program. The platform is designed for targeted individual support. There's all kinds of resources in here. If a student has something in particular that they're telling their mentor they want support around, then we can drop additional materials in the platform or assign them to a learning group and provide them with additional resources. There is a video feature in the platform that allows for watching a video, tagging the video, giving feedback. The person who did the video can do reflection comments in their tagging, and then the instructor can respond back. This is a feature that when our team gets bigger, we'll be able to use more. Right now, it's a feature that exists, but we're not using it to its fullest potential right now. And then when a student turns in an assignment, they give a response, then the instructor can give feedback and then continue that loop or close the loop once everything has been satisfactorily completed. So as I've said, we have our assessments are validated. We do require students to do an individual professional learning plan every semester, even though they have an IPLP with you, their district. We do require each semester that they set 1 or 2 goals around the content of this module that they are in. So we do keep the IPLP rotating every semester. The assessments are scored by third-party trained assessors. They can complete their performance assessment independently if they want to. So we have this competency track option. So this would be someone who, for example, let's say they went through a teacher prep program, but they didn't do their student teaching. So they have everything except the student teaching. They can go through our program and we will have them do the classroom management and learning environment as it's delivered to everyone. Once they have received a level of performance proficient or better on that performance assessment task, the next semester they can do the competency track only, which we assign all 4 of the remaining performance assessment tasks to them, and they can complete as many or as few of those in 1 semester as they want. So those people, they already have the pedagogy. We just need them to prove through their performance assessment task their skills. So they could be done within 2 semesters. And if their performance assessment tasks are all scored at proficient or better, then we feel very comfortable knowing that they are ready to be effective in the classroom for as long as they wish. And here are some quotes. I will not read them to you. It sounds a little braggadocious, but we do want you to know that people are pleased with what we're doing in our program. And so we have quotes. You'll recognize perhaps Teresa Merritt, one of her quotes on here. So we have really good relationships with districts, and we're very pleased with the way things are going. Here is some contact information. So Katie Rodenbaugh used to be the coordinator for our program, so she would do all the onboarding with the candidates as they entered our program. West Ada School District stole her from us. So we have hired Jill Carpenter. Some of you may know her as Jill Whitesell back in the day. She has replaced Katie Rodenbaugh, and she's from Gooding, taught at Stewart. She said that her first year of teaching at Robert Stewart, Brady also taught his first year at Stewart that year. She's taught at Gooding. I believe she taught at Heritage. She taught at O'Leary and Robert Stewart, so she's kind of a Magic Valley gal. So when you reach out to that Learn to Teach at CSI EDU, it will be Jill that communicates back with you. So I was visiting with Peggy Hoy before I came up and presented, and she said, you know, we have some teachers who have gone through, and she's not talking Twin Falls School District, she's talking IEA type, like statewide, people who come through other alternative programs for certification, and they get into the classroom and don't have the classroom management and learning environment, but they're credentialed. We absolutely would want to work with you to put those people through our classroom management modules so that they do have that foundation that's so important for students to be successful in the classroom. So reach out to us, Learn to Teach at csi.edu, and we will partner with you and make things happen. So what questions do you have? Our time is about out, but we can take a few questions if you have some. Okay, I'm going to put some materials on this front table, and you can help yourself. Thank you very much. Do I just pull this out of here and we're good?
So again, I want to thank CSI for hosting us here for the Region 4 Post-Legislative Tour. I think, Teresa, I was the one who created the vacancy in West Ada, by the way.
Yeah, I should
I
just
think you
blame
should be mad at me for
shouldn't
that,
be
so I
blaming West
apologize. So what we're going to do is Julie Oberly, she's in about 7 minutes or so, 7 to 10 minutes, she's going to go ahead and kick off the school finance portion of our day today. And so we can get a little bit ahead of time, not be rushed in our breaks, and promptly finish at 3 o'clock. So Julie and Gideon will start in about 7 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I think we're going to go ahead and get started with the afternoon session. I only have about 80 slides to get through, so the earlier we get through, the better. The earlier we get started. So my name is Julie Oberle. I work in school finance, and I am part of the team that distributes the money to you and your school districts and charter schools. A copy of my presentation, for those of you that didn't print it out and bring it with you, would be available on the department's website. On the home page, you can click on a link to see all the slides, in fact, from today. Did everybody get a handout when they checked in? If not, we have a few more that are left. If you raise your hand, Gideon can distribute those, and that's your best handout today. And it's going to help you follow along with what we talk about. And we're going to start with the spreadsheet one. So this afternoon, we're going to look at excerpts from the public school appropriation bills for both this year, fiscal year 2023, and next year, fiscal year 2024, that were covered in a multitude of bills. These bills determine the funding that we will be sending to you next school year. The second part of my presentation covers the budget guidance for the nearly $280 million in special distributions that will be sent to you throughout the next school year. And yes, there is a part 3, but that one will be very quick. So the handout will give you a bigger picture of what I'm going to talk about. I've divided the handout into several slides just because it's so much information that, as hard as I tried, I could not even get it on just a couple of slides. So the first column, the kind of the grayish first column of numbers, shows the original public schools appropriation that was set last year at this time that we talked to you about. And please remember that anything for the public schools typically includes the Idaho Educational Services for the Deaf and the Blind numbers. They don't go through the same career ladder calculations, submissions, etc. of data, but their dollars do flow to them through the department. The yellow column shows the revised appropriation for this school year, and maybe I should have mentioned that a fiscal year is July 1 through June 30. So on July 1 of 2023, we will cross over into fiscal year 2024. The big change for the public schools was an additional $1.5 million for dyslexia professional development, and that was some great news, and I think I sent it out to you, 80% of it, a week ago last Friday. And why do we do 80%? I'll just talk about that right now too. And that's because we're basing it on current year data. And we know that data changes as you do your IC submissions. And so we took the data that you submitted in November, and then you had until the first Friday in December to make corrections. And we send you part of your money, 60%, 80%. And then when we get your March uploads, we true up your payment using your most updated information and send those funds to you. So when we look at this, the green column shows the numbers as they stand right now for fiscal year 2024. And we're not, I shouldn't have said it that way, because we're not expecting any changes to these numbers. When you look at the first line, line 1A, it shows general fund revenues increasing from $2.3 billion to almost $2.7 billion, a $379 million increase. State revenues stayed about the same. And then when we look at our federal revenues, you look at that and you see a $314 million decrease, but that's expected. A normal pre-pandemic year of federal funds was about $250 million. And then the pandemic came, and we got all kinds of pandemic dollars that were allocated to you. As you continue to spend those dollars down, we will have less appropriated in federal funds. When you combine all of the categories, you can see that overall there was a $63 million increase in all fund types for next school year. This next page shows section 2 of your worksheet, and it shows our statutory expenditures that we'll be making. And those are dollars that we are required to send to you per Idaho code. Every one of these, we can point to a code section and say this is the model of allocation. You know, some of them, like transportation, it increased about $1.7 million to $100 million. And we go down and we look at line 2D, and it shows salary-based apportionment for administrators and classified salaries. We have a pretty healthy increase in that, $89.4 million, and that's because it includes a 4% CEC and an additional $97 million to help shrink the gap between what you're paying for your classified staff and what you're being funded. When we drop down to line F, career ladder salaries, you can see there's about a $122 million increase. Advanced opportunities, you can see it actually went down about $6 million, and that's just to align the appropriation with what the current trends are for using those opportunities. No services were reduced. The amount remains at the $4,125 per 7 through 12 student. And then on line U, you can see that the master-based education, $1.4 million that we had for this year, was discontinued for next year. And on a side note, I think we all know that the PERSI contribution rates for employers and employees, those rates are changing on July 1st. And those new rates, whether it's for administrators and for our instructional pupil service staff or for our classified, have all been reflected in this current year appropriation. Then in section 3, yes?
Did I misunderstand? What's the difference in the bond levy equalization fund?
Sure, so the question is, what is the difference in the bond levy equalization fund? On line K, you can see that we had $25,461,900 for this year, and next year it's $23,781,400, so a decrease of about $1.7 million. This is one we estimate each year to try and come up with a number for the budget request. And we had enough bonds drop off that I expect, based on trend, that the dollars we'll distribute next year will be less. Because in the first year of a bond, any bonds that were passed after January 1st, they won't get a distribution this August. Instead, they will get 2 distributions in fiscal year 25. And so that nothing was cut. The program is as it's always been in Idaho code, and we will distribute all the dollars. That's my goal, to distribute all the dollars you're legally entitled to. Does that answer your question, Chris? Okay. So back to non-statutory expenditures. We had lots of good news, but technology has been restored to pre-pandemic levels. It was $26.5 million this year and the last couple of years, and it's growing back to pre-pandemic levels of $36,500,000. Dyslexia on line E2, you can see the $1.5 million that was appropriated for this year, and then that increased another $1.4 million. So next year we will distribute a $2.9 million PD dyslexia distribution to you, and we will keep those. At least the thinking right now is we will keep the general professional development and the professional development for dyslexia separate for you. And then the content and curriculum for digital content, it was restored to pre-pandemic levels, and next year we'll be distributing the $1.6 million to you as well. And then on line 3I, you can see that the IT staffing went from $4 million for this year to 0 for next year. Federal expenditures in section 4 just mirror what the revenues were up above in the revenue section. So this is a little bit different from the format of your worksheet, but you can see that total revenues are about $3.4 billion. Total expenditures are $2.7 billion. That difference is on line 7, and that's what we call net state funding. $697,450,000. We divide into that the estimated support units. We don't know what they're going to be. We had a meeting with Legislative Services. After 3 years of using full-time equivalent enrollment, after 3 years of a pandemic, this was a hard number. And we eventually settled on $16,850. Well, when you divide that into the $697 million, you come up with $41,391 per support unit that we'll be distributing next year. $21,854 per support unit will be for state health insurance. And then true discretionary will be $19,537 per support unit. And that's an overall 15% increase. So I'm not going to read all of my slides to you, I promise, but some of them will hit a little heavier than others. The appropriation bills, in most cases, identify the amounts from various state sources that will be distributed or expended next school year. They appropriate funds to the divisions of administrators, teachers, operations, children's programs, facilities, central services, and the state school for the deaf and the blind. And we will focus on all the divisions except for central services and the school for the deaf and blind. They transfer funds around, and then they also, the bills say that the dollars that we send to you are considered general fund. And we need that language so that we can meet our maintenance of support for the different federal funds that we receive. The bills also define certain terms, including distributed to mean the dollars that we send to you, and expended to mean the dollars that are spent on your behalf. And those expended dollars are included in our Central Services Division. And think of things like the ISAT or the IRI, the cost of developing those or administering those. Those are the dollars. They amount to about 0.5%, the Central Services dollars. And so most of the money, 99.5% of the $2.8 billion will be distributed to you. So we're going to go through division by division, and starting with the Division of Administrators, Senate Bill 1204 appropriates $123.9 million in general funds for the Division of Administrators for next year. Most of these dollars will flow to you as salaries and benefits for your administrative staff, and $652,000 is again available to you for the development of continuous improvement plans and the related training. So Section 3 of this bill is amending law to change the base salary of administrators to $43,151 from the amount this year of $41,491. And this is what I call the 4% CEC, change in employee compensation increase. Moving on to the Division of Teachers, Senate Bill 1205 appropriated $997.9 million in general funds, and an additional $330 million will be deposited on July 1st per House Bill 1 from this special session, giving us an overall appropriation of about $1.3 billion for this division. Another $1,200 was donated by Idaho taxpayers to be used as a stipend for Teacher of the Year. So that's new dollars.
Julie, just a quick question. Back on the division for administrators. So the 4% is 4% on so that's just the change in the base calculation then?
So the question is, the 4% CEC, is that just on the base? And that is absolutely correct. $41,491 increased to $43,151. And then part of the salary apportionment calculation is that we will then multiply that by the index, which is, for a lot of our more experienced administrators, a factor of 2.012 or something similar to that. So it's just the first $44,000, $43,000. right, Section 3 of this division addresses professional development and provides $13,750,000 to be distributed for PD that supports instructors and pupil services staff to increase student learning, mentoring, and collaboration. Funding will be distributed by a formula prescribed by Superintendent Critchfield, which we'll talk about in part 2 of my presentation. It also says that the department shall track the usage and effectiveness of PD efforts at the state and local levels. This is a $2.9 million increase for next year, which we all know now is for the dyslexia professional development. This is a slide I am going to read to you. There are going to be a lot of questions, and I have about 4 or 5 or 6 more slides, and so if we can maybe hold the questions, and if you can't, I understand completely, until I get through to my summary slide. So, Section 6 is new language for fiscal year 2024 and only applies to instructional and pupil service staff. It says, in addition to the distribution criteria set forth in Section 3 of 1004B Idaho Code, an additional $6,359 shall be allocated to each cell for residential, professional, and advanced professional rungs. This is at my level, the state level. These funds must be used at your level for instructional and pupil service compensation. Funding will be distributed in combination with other career ladder allocations for the period July 1 to June 30, 24. Schools shall report to the department on the allocation of these funds for instructional and pupil service compensation. The state shall provide a report to Joint Finance Appropriations Committee, JFAC, by January 13th. On the allocations made by school districts and charter schools. The format of that report and the contents therein shall be determined by legislative services. Meaning we don't have the format, and I'll speculate a little bit on what it will look like. So $6,359. The increased compensation that we will allocate to you is for instructional and pupil service staff only. On top of that, we will pretty much send you the employer obligation. We will run the calculation twice, and I'm jumping ahead I guess I'm not. We'll calculate salary apportionment twice for the February 15th payment. We will run it with each cell on the career ladder, whether you're frozen or not, being increased $6,359. Then we will run salary apportionment and benefit apportionment with the dollar amounts that are in Idaho Code 331004B. We will take that difference and say, this is how much you got in additional dollars for your instructional and your pupil service staff. That is the amount that you will need to report on to us. I would go so far, if it were me, I would try to keep a list of what would my staff have been paid, how much are they getting because of this additional money, and be prepared to submit that. Please, 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 unlike the other dollars that we have sent to you, know that this allocation is not per FTE. It is per allocated FTE. So these numbers are rough, but I'm going to throw them out. So let's say you have 100 FTE at your school. And when we take your support units using seat time, the 4 hours and the 2.5 hours, times it by the ratio of 1.1, maybe your allocated FTE is 80. So you have 100, your allocated FTE is 80. And that 20 can be, some of them may be general funds, some might not even hit the career ladder allocation because they're federally funded or they're funded by dedicated funds. We're going to take that 80 and multiply it by $6,359. So let's say that's $500,000, and I really should run these numbers myself, but so maybe your board says, we got $500,000, we have 80 staff that are going to generate this funding, but we have 100 FTE. Maybe they divide that 100 into the 500,000 and say, we're going to give each instructional and people service staff $5,000. That's the decision of your board. And yes, we are battling the message that every teacher is going to see $6,359 in their paychecks. And I am so sorry. We have been trying to give you, everybody, the message that we're giving you today is the allocation is at our level. How it's allocated is determined by your local board. We did have what I hope they consider a great meeting with Matt Compton and Chris Perry about, it'll be 2 weeks on Thursday. And I truly believe that they understood what we were trying to message, and Peggy's nodding. So it's going to be tough because you don't know what your support units are going to be. Are you going to be, what's your attendance? Is it at 85%, 90%, 95%? You have a heavy lift ahead of you on this. Let's see. All right, so the actual, I'm going to repeat it, actual compensation increases to your instructional and pupil service staff will be determined by your local board. The additional amount received will not match your actual general fund instructional pupil service FTEs times the $6,359. Please remember that however your board chooses to divide the increased funding among your instructional and pupil service staff, these dollars must be only used for their compensation, not administrators, not classified, not increased health insurance, etc. The actual cell amount shown in Idaho Code 331004B for the career ladder were not modified. It has, however, been communicated very clearly to the department that the $145 million to fund the $6,359 per cell will be included in future year appropriations. So we all know that there's minimum salaries out there. Those amounts weren't changed. The language in 1004E1 and 2 still refer to the cells that are in the career ladder, which $41,118 for the R1 cell and $43,990 for the P1 cell for our professional and our advanced professional staff. Is the expectation that that amount will increase? Yes. It will very likely not increase $6,359 because of having most school districts have more actual than allocated FTE. So I mentioned earlier that all cells would be increased when we run our allocation by the $6,359, and that's true regardless of whether the person is frozen or not. So if you have somebody that is still being funded at maybe the 18-19 P3 level, we will add $6,359 to that cell. The end result is that your average allocated salary for instructional and pupil service staff will be $6,359 higher when we work through the salary apportionment worksheet. So when you're budgeting for next year, use a similar process and the budget templates that you've used in the past. Branwyn Phillips is our staffing expert, and she has added a new worksheet within the template, doing just what I mentioned earlier that we're going to do. One of the worksheets will show it as the amounts are shown in Idaho Code. One of the worksheets will show it with the extra $6,359 added, and that will identify the difference. You will still do all of the same data inputs that you've done in the past. Please work through those forms sooner rather than later, and Yeah, I'm gonna say it for all of our budget forms. We have to put these together pretty quickly. And a lot of times the information is changing. And y'all know, and this is where I'll apologize, that when we did our webinar, the very first webinar after the budget was set, I gave you incorrect information on the $6,359 because I took the plain English reading with my non-lawyer brain and not being involved in all the discussions that went around that. And I mentioned the S word, and that's how I would treat it if I were a business manager. You are not to treat these dollars as stipends. So, my apologies.
Can you read, so hold on, can you say, so,
You just,
so what you're saying is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that it would actually go in, we would build it into the career ladder, funding into the career ladder instead of stipend amount.
so the question is, would we build this into our contract, or can we treat it as a stipend? I'm telling you, you cannot treat it as a stipend. It's been communicated clearly to me that you cannot treat it as a stipend or a supplemental contract, that you are to build it in to your general contract.
That's what I thought, I just wanted to hear those words out of your mouth.
Yeah, thank you for, again, it's been clearly communicated to me, that message. That is the messaging we are to give you. So, wow. Yes, I'm just trying to massage it a little bit. So, the question is, do we know if this extra $6,359 will be there next year? It has been clearly communicated to us that the money, this is ongoing money. And I'm an accountant. I am black and white. I am skeptical, and it's very hard to go on faith. Wiley?
So I just want to clarify the way, so what you're saying is that if we know, if we take our allocation times
59.
59 to get that pot of money, because we had also been told that it was going to be the change in the multiplier on the average teaching salary, so that's not what they're doing, it's just a straight number of allocated staff times 63 to create that pot of money. Okay, well that's actually cleaner, because trying to figure out what our average teaching salary is right now is always really difficult, so at least that'll be helpful.
So just in case everybody didn't hear that, we are going to take your allocated FTE, multiply it by the $6,359, and that is the additional money that you should receive. Whether the person, wherever they fall on the career ladder, whether they're frozen or not.
I was going to save this for a couple slides down the road, but since some questions are being answered, let me clarify a few things. Like Julie said, this is ongoing funding. There are a couple of different ways that this can be done. One is through the germane committees, through House and Senate Education, where they would amend the cells in the career ladder in statute. That didn't happen, as you all know. The other route is through the appropriations process, and that's the route that was taken. So when JFAC set the budget, they said $63.59 per cell of the career ladder, and like Julie said, will be allocated to you. And it was done in appropriation language. So even though it's different than what we're used to seeing with those cells being updated in code, it has the same effect. So we're used to that kind of additional insulation of having the code updated. But this is ongoing funding. And like Brady or whoever asked the question around here, that should be built into contracts as ongoing funding as if those cells had been updated.
One more thing. And I just want to affirm something. And again, if you were watching the legislature as closely as I was, this may not look like you expect it, but there was a lot of support for this approach, for increasing teacher salaries. I know maybe some people thought they were doing it more than what actually is going to be the case, but there was a lot of support for this politically. And so everybody is under the understanding this is ongoing additional money for salary-based apportionment, and really a record amount of money. So that is unambiguous. So I know there's a little bit of a concern about the commitment, but I was watching it carefully, and the commitment is definitely there for making sure this money is ongoing for teacher salaries.
One other thing I'll add before I turn it back to Julie is the appropriations are set year to year, as you all know. So Career Ladder has been a little bit different, but just like a year from now, the legislature could choose to cut discretionary funding, could choose to cut transportation, could choose to cut professional development, any number of items within the public schools budget. So we're budgeting year to year, and I know it's a little different with teacher contracts, but if you think about it that way too, hopefully that can maybe provide a little more reassurance, but just keep in mind that it's an ongoing commitment, and please treat it that way.
All right, thank you, Greg and Gideon. You lasted about as long as the other regions lasted as well on this. So on the reporting, the format, as I mentioned, of this report has not yet been determined. Yes. Okay.
Let's say we budget this amount of money based off of our support unit, and we get a contract signed, and then our support unit is higher or lower. What do we do with either the extra money or the money that we are losing? Like, because the contract, they're actual contracts, or can they, yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, so the question was, what if we estimate our support units and we're too high or we're too low? Meaning we're going to get less of the $6,359 or more, then what? I don't really have an answer for you on that. I don't know, I don't understand the world of contracts. Do you open up your contracts again? I don't know. So, yes.
This was brought up last week when we were over on the eastern side of the state, and this is what we understand at this point. That you would set it at a certain rate based on your best guess, and then depending on how it works for your individual district or charter, you could maybe add a provision into the master contract to say, once we get to that point where we know better what it's going to look like, then everyone will receive an additional amount. And so something like that might be an option moving forward. Does that, and I don't know where that question came from, but does that help?
Can you provide language for that?
So the question was, can we provide language for that? And I think so. This is one of the items that we have to resolve and get back to you guys on, and so yes, that's on our radar.
I will certainly be inviting Gideon to our next our business managers webinar, which we hold those the first Wednesday of the month at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. And as we learn more, we will share that information with you.
Julie?
Yes.
So I guess the challenge is, and I know that this is that you have a statutory amount and then you have a funded amount, and the funded amount doesn't match the statutory amount, and so I think that's where people get the angst, because you know that budget's going to be set every year, but the statutory amounts are not going to reflect that, so.
Go ahead.
And that's a really good point, Brady. So a couple of things. The career ladder, as you guys know, in a couple of years is set to change anyway. So I think it's FY26. Thank you. That it'll change to a percentage increase that will mirror the administrative and classified staff increases. So kind of like a CEC, a change in employee compensation. So I think there was an effort to make this language on the 6359 2 years to kind of bridge the gap between now and when the career ladder is going to change. That didn't happen, and we've just got the 1-year language, but the intent and the commitment that we've received is that similar language will be in next year's appropriation as well, and then we'll move that following year to the percentage increase. Yes.
All right, if I'm going to go back to the reporting now. If I had to speculate, I think in that report that will be developed by Legislative Services that we will send out and collect from you, it's very likely that you're going to need to report how many actual FTEs and individuals receive the additional compensation, and if possible, or I hope we don't get down to that level, but we could need to collect from you the amount of the additional allocation per FTE or individual. So that's why I recommended earlier maybe consider creating a spreadsheet by FTE to show this information because, So in summary, and I'm hoping this slide will help you get the message out, you will not receive $6,359 per FTE for instructional and pupil service staff. The salary apportionment will be calculated using the same method that we've used in prior years. The only change will be the higher allocation amounts. These dollars should not be treated as stipends, and the allocation increase will come to you with your February, May, and July 15th foundation payments as part of your salary and your benefit apportionments. All right, so I'm going to move on to Section 1 of House Bill 208, and that's why that's in yellow, is to show it was a supplemental appropriation for this school year. This is the $1.5 million for dyslexia, and we distributed that to you using a base amount of $1,500 per school district and charter school, plus about $62 per instructional pupil service FTE, all fund sources. And you should have received an email from me on or around April 7th with more information. So moving on, for the Division of Operations, Senate Bill 1206 appropriates almost $1.1 billion in general funds and another $68.5 million in endowment and miscellaneous revenues for a combined total of just over $1.1 billion in state funds. Most of this, $697.5 million, will flow to you as general discretionary and health insurance discretionary dollars, an increase of about $88.9 million. Another $289 million will come to you for your classified salaries and benefits. Included in this money is a 4% base salary increase and $97.4 million to close that gap, to help close that gap between what you are funded and what you are paying. The remainder will flow to you for transportation and technology. So Section 3 increases the classified base salary to $38,802, a 56% increase from the $24,841 for this current school year. Section 4 of Senate Bill 1206 states that $19,537 per support unit is to be used at the discretion of the district or charter school. This is an increase of $3,311 per support unit. Section 5 states that $21,854 per support unit is to be used to offset the costs of health, vision, and dental benefits or insurance offered to school employees. That amount was $19,698 for this school year, an increase of $2,156. Section 5 goes on to say that if the money provided for the health benefits or insurance is in excess of your actual costs, the excess funds may then be used at your discretion. As in past years, we will work with the Legislative Services Office and Division of Financial Management to collect information on school insurance costs. Last year, you had to do a pretty intensive health insurance survey to the Legislative Services Office, Jared Tatro. We are going to be working closer than what we have in the past on the report that you submit to the department, and that's usually just our health insurance went up X percentage, and you do that in the late summer. I can tell you that this new report that you will do probably this summer will fall somewhere in between the two reports that you did last year. And we'll work with you. We'll talk about it in the webinars. We'll get you through that reporting process. All right, Section 6 of this bill provides $36.5 million for classroom technology and learning management systems, and says that the funding will be distributed based on a formula prescribed by Superintendent Critchfield. It goes on to say that the money so distributed shall be used to implement and operate a learning management system of your choice that will include integration with a school's current student information system and shall administer, monitor, and document student and classroom levels of learning. The department will verify that the schools are using the funds to purchase an LMS that is compliant with these standards. So moving on to the Division of Children's Programs, Senate Bill 1207 appropriates $148.1 million in general funds and $4.3 million in other state funds to the Division of Children's Programs for a total of $152.4 million for next year. $72.8 million will be again distributed for literacy intervention. And then other funding that's included in this children's programs is the other state funding and the border contracts paid to you, or probably not border contracts for most of you, with the foundation payments. Another $8.5 million was appropriated to replace a possible reduction in federal IDEA funds. $1.6 was to restore the digital content and curriculum, etc. Section 3 addresses the Idaho Digital Learning Academy, or IDLA. The language is similar to what it said in the past, and it says that they will, their tuition charged shall not exceed $75 per enrollment, and that they will provide remedial coursework and provide advanced opportunities, including access to dual credit courses. Now, we did see a $300,000 increase in our safe and drug-free funds. Unlike almost all the other special distributions that we send to you, these dollars come in monthly as people buy their tobacco products and pay the taxes or pay taxes on the lottery earnings. Well, either more people are buying tobacco products or more people are winning the lottery, because these revenues have been going up. And we have about a $1.2 million cash balance available to us. So we are decided to split that over 4 years, and that's where that extra $300,000 is coming from. Danielle Taylor is our health services coordinator. She'll reach out to you for the application for these funds for next year. So a little bit of a language change in Section 5. It addresses what used to be called remedial coursework. And instead now it just says coursework. And it says $4.7 million shall be distributed for coursework for students failing to achieve proficiency on Idaho standards-based achievement tests in dollar amounts determined by Superintendent Critchfield. And it goes on to say that she shall report to JFAC and the Senate and House Education Committees by no later than January 13th on the uses of these funds. Ayaka Nakui at the department will work with you to collect the information needed on these reports. Section 6 addresses English proficiency, LEP, ELL. It goes by so many different names. And it says $4,370,000 will be distributed to schools on a pro rata basis based on the population of English language learners under criteria established by the department. And then it says another $450,000 will go out as competitive grants. Those competitive grants this year went to 11 school districts and charter schools, ranging from $10,000 to $100,000. There is reporting required for this distribution, and it says that the superintendent will again report to JFAC and the Senate and House Education Committees. Maria Puga will work with you to collect the needed information. Section 7 requires the superintendent to compile information concerning the numbers of students enrolling in advanced opportunity courses, whether that coursework was successfully completed, and the total related expenditures for this current school year. The report shall contain information about enrollment of the student population in post-secondary education and shall be posted to the department's website by no later than December 29th. Brock Estelle in student engagement will work with you to collect the needed information. And then remember, prior to the pandemic, we used to distribute $1.6 million for digital content and curriculum. Section 11 restores that distribution to schools and says that these dollars will be distributed to schools to purchase digital content and curricula of your choice, based on a formula prescribed by the superintendent that includes a base amount and an amount based on the number of midterm support units. The state did not meet the IDEA Part B Maintenance of Financial Support for fiscal year 2020. And if you remember, that was the first year we started experiencing holdbacks. Section 12 is appropriating $8.5 million to offset the reduction in IDEA Part B funds should our waiver requests be denied. These funds will only be distributed to schools impacted by the reduction in these grant funds. Should the waiver be approved, these dollars will not be distributed. And Lisa Pofelsky-Rosa in our special ed department will work with the impacted schools. So, Division of Facilities. Senate Bill 1208 appropriates $14.5 million in general funds and $53.4 million in lottery dividends for this division, a combined total of $67.9 million. These dollars will flow to you as special distributions for bond levy equalization payments, charter school and facilities, lottery dollars, and additional state match monies for the school building maintenance requirement. House Bill 380, this is an evolving amount as well. House Bill 380 continuously appropriates approximately, to be determined, in general funds for fiscal year 2024. When I did the webinar about a week and a half ago, I told you $20 million because that was the only amount I could find in writing. And then I got some additional documentation from Legislative Services that we will look at in just a few minutes that shows that amount could be as high as $135 million. And so that's some good news. And we'll talk more about that. So the language in Section 2 moves the bond levy money so that we can make the distribution. Section 3 transfers the appropriated dollars for charter school facilities and state match. These transfers just streamline the process for us. So here is House Bill 380. It has new language and creates a new fund for fiscal year 24. It transfers $20 million from the general fund to the new fund, School District Facilities Fund, on July 1st or so. So that's our known dollar amount. Then Section 5 says that this new School District Facilities Fund is continuously appropriated for next year. And yeah, this is kind of new for me. I've worked with continuously appropriated funds with regards to the Public Education Stabilization Fund, and that's piece of where we can dip into it most years. when we are short, like on a statutory distribution, like for transportation or salary apportionment. So this one is going to be a bit new to me. And it says that these dollars are for the purpose of, 1, paying property tax levies for existing school bonds and supplemental levies. 2, for the purpose of savings for future school facility construction or renovations. Or 3, for the purpose of securing and making payments on new school facilities bonds. So this is the document I received from Legislative Services. And it shows what the estimated funds are for the next couple of years. And why does it only show 3 years? And that's because that's what's needed for the fiscal note that's tied with the bill. So we can look at this and see that for fiscal year 2024, the underlined amounts of $65 million plus $20 million are, a new term, confidently estimated amounts. So we're pretty comfortable that we're going to have $85 million for you. And then how much of surplus funds are there going to be? Well, we're capped at $50 million, but we're not going to know that amount until late July. Once the state has collected all the revenues and done an analysis, and gosh, what's happening? What is today, February or April? Our taxes are due tomorrow. So this is a really big month for tax revenues for the state as people are filing their taxes and paying any shortages. So House Bill 292 requires that the funds be deposited, depending on where you read, around August 1st is when the dollars will be deposited, and that's when I will know how much I will send to school districts. Charter schools are not included on this. I can tell you that just as soon as I get the August 15th payment done enough, I will switch over and get these dollars to you. We have until August 31st to make the distribution, and my goal is to get it out sooner than that. So we'll talk about the actual distribution in a few minutes. This is another document. I just took screenshots from the document from Legislative Services, talking a little bit more about the different sources of the revenues. So one more transfer, and we'll come back to this because I think there's just as many questions as, there are just as many unanswered questions on this as well. So one more transfer. Should PSIF not be fully funded at the end of this year? Right now, PSIF is fully funded. But should we need to pull money out for the July 15th payment, and we're below the ceiling, then JFAC has appropriated $29.3 million to be deposited on or around August 1st. I truly believe that rather than needing a deposit or needing funds from PSIF, we will be making a deposit this year. So right now, for fiscal year 2023, our current balance is just over $204 million. That cap will grow to $235, almost $0.5 million for fiscal year 2024. And I think that the money we have appropriated for this year that we will not be distributing to you will be enough to take us to that cap. So that is part 1. Part 2 is a bit faster, and then part 3 is even faster. And so everyone, 5 or 10 minute break, and I'll just start up again when I guess I'm ready. So, thank you. While the bulk of the dollars on that spreadsheet we talked about earlier will flow to you as salary and benefit apportionment, transportation, discretionary money, about $280 million is going to flow to you as special distributions. And those are some of the dollars that you can see here, like the bond levy equalization, the charter school facilities, advanced opportunities, math and science requirement, continuous improvement. And that's what we're going to talk about now. And that is the second handout that you have in your packet that shows all of the different special distributions that I'll be covering. But first I want to show you how to even find our budget forms. We've had a pretty high turnover in business managers, and while this is not a training session, I'll at least give you this. When you go to the department's website, ste.idaho.gov, and you scroll down to the bottom, you will see a green box. Somebody had a sense of humor, and it says Public School Finance. And when you click on that, it will take you to our portion of the website. And when you scroll down through that, you'll see budget forms and information. And that's where you will find links to the 23-24 forms. Just be sure to select the right year. We purposely leave up the 22-23 forms because we know so many of you are going to amend the current year budget when you set your 24 budget. So everything's pretty much the same for next year. We've of course updated, we hope, all of the dates, but we've added a couple of new funds. We added Fund 265, which was at the request of our special education area for, I think it was IDEA mini grants. And then we've added Fund 435 for school districts. And that's to use for any unused school district facility funds that you might receive. And so you'll see all the different forms. And then at the bottom of this slide, which is a little bit cut off, you'll see that we have salary-based apportionment templates. And it's a little bit different depending on if you're a school district or a charter school. So please be careful that you choose the correct template. Branwen Phillips, I mentioned earlier in school finance, is our staffing expert and has been working hard to capture the information you're going to need for next year in these forms. Again, then you come down to the supporting documents and forms, and circled up here are the special distributions and the special distributions with coding suggestions. And we've already had some changes as we've had additional meetings on these dollars, but that's what I'll be talking to you about the most today. And then down here you see the summary of revisions. We know you're working on these forms, and we also know that it's going to be spread out over a period of time. What I'm going to ask that you do is, prior to finalizing your budget, you visit this summary of revisions to make sure that a template maybe you used a week ago hasn't had a correction made. On this document is where I think you'll find that we've added Fund 435. And then you're going to be asking y'all to pull out your pen or pencil and correcting some dollar amounts on the handout in front of you. Those should be captured on this summary of revisions as well. And then finally at the bottom, we have units and a little bit of difference between school districts and charter schools. So again, please make sure that you grab the correct template. Dean Reich hit the ground running when we hired him in August, and he's been doing a really, really good job working with you and your data. And I did ask him to amend the template. In the past, you would enter in on this support unit template, you would enter in what your estimated enrollment was for next year. We would then multiply that enrollment by 95% because that was pretty close to the statewide average, and most schools fell pretty close to that. We're no longer going to estimate 95% of your enrollment to calculate your support units. Instead, the template has been modified, and you won't be able to miss it. At the top, you will enter in what is your estimated attendance rate for midterm and for best 28 weeks for next year, because we're hearing stories of some schools are at 88% or 89%, or even if you're at 91 or 92%, that's enough of a difference than the 95% that used to be our statewide average to make an impact on what your budget is. I just hear story after story about how parents have a different mentality on getting their kids to school. And this is where you're going to capture what your students that you know best are doing. And just like all of our templates, once you have current year information, please go back through and review the calculations and the data that you used. So maybe you come November, you do your November upload, you make any corrections through that first Friday in December, rerun your support unit template to see what is it going to be based on actual data for this year, and amend your budget if you need to. Do not wait until you get your February 15th payment before reviewing and possibly amending your budget. And the same goes for the salary-based apportionment templates. So just a quick reminder that most of the dollars we distribute to you, whether they're foundation dollars or special distribution dollars, are based on the data you are providing to us through your uploads through IC, including data for midterm and best 28-week average daily attendance, staffing, and enrollment information. It is just critical that you review that data to make sure that what you think you submitted to us, or the state board, is what we received. So the special distributions document on the handout in front of you includes information on how to budget these dollars for next school year, and it tells you who to contact if you have questions. On the ones where there weren't any changes, I'm going to go through those pretty fast. Advanced opportunities. You know, there was some talk during the session of changing some things about this, but that bill did not make it through the process, and so everything's staying pretty much the same, $4,125 per student. And then if you look down at the bottom of each one of those, it tells you who to contact. It gives you their phone number and their email address, because if you call and ask me, I'm going to pull out this document. It's actually hanging on my bulletin board. And I'm going to direct you to Brock if you have an advanced opportunities question. But you would call me if you have a bond levy equalization question. This is for school districts only. If you have a new bond or if you have refinanced a bond, please be sure to send me a copy of that repayment schedule. And I feel like I have a really good working relationship with our two main bond companies, and they also share that with me, but sometimes I can get started a bit earlier if you send it to me. So this is where you need your pen, charter schools. For charter school facilities, you should budget an amount to be determined for next year's 2023-24 enrolled students for on-site schools. I wish I could give you an amount. I can give you a range, but I don't know. Have you all heard that song, Dem Bones? You know, your toe bone is connected to your foot bone. Well, that's been going through my mind for a long time now, because as I was reviewing my presentation, I realized that House Bill 292 which is the extra $85 to $135 million that we'll be distributing to school districts, is going to significantly impact, possibly, the amount levied by school districts. Well, one of the ways this is calculated is by using the amount levied by school districts. And so I can tell you that it's likely going to range between $210 and $380 per student. And until we probably end up getting an Attorney General's opinion on what some different terms mean, we're not going to have an answer for you on this. And then most importantly, if you notice there's an asterisk on many of these, that means that this is an estimate. We will calculate the payment next year when we have actual current year data, and that is when we'll make the distribution to you. So these are our best guesses, and normally we can get, relatively close on these, but this one has me a bit baffled still. So college and career advisors, nothing's really changed on that. Continuous improvement plans, again, a lot of talk during session on making some pretty significant changes to this. But that didn't go all the way through the process, and so we're telling you to still budget the $6,600 on a reimbursement basis. And $6,600 times 186 school districts and charter schools for this year would mean we would possibly be sending out $1.2 million, but only $652,000 was appropriated because a lot of schools aren't requesting this money. As of April 1st, we have had requests totaling $192,000. So if you think you have some eligible expenses, please work with Erin McCoy for this year. English language learners, that has stayed the same. Just a reminder, I purposely put this in here not to rub salt in any wounds, but just to let you know I didn't forget it somehow. But there were no dollars appropriated for IT staffing for next year. Literacy intervention. This will be the second year we make the distribution with the new allocation model. You need to budget two separate dollar amounts for this. The $72,812,000 is divided into the two buckets, and you should budget $378 per enrolled student in kindergarten through grade 3 as of the first Friday in November. So how we estimated that was I looked at this year's information for K-3 enrollment, 92,505. What kind of growth are we going to have? So 1%, 2%, so I went with 1.5%, 93,893. We divided that into the 36,406,000. At 100%, that would be $388 per enrolled K-3 student. But because I am a conservative person, I'm telling you to budget $378. Then the second bucket is based on your testing scores. And I believe those tests are going to be starting soon if they haven't already. You should budget $415 per student who improved a full tier or who remained proficient on the statewide reading assessment spring 22 to spring 23. And remember that for this allocation, economically disadvantaged students who improve a full tier or who remain proficient will receive an additional 0.75 weighting. So the estimate for that looked something like this, where we took our count of proficient students in that first block, 44,907. We added to that the count of students who moved a full level of 20,189 students, or 20,139 students. And then when we combined that to get, the roughly 65,000, we looked at how many of those students were economically disadvantaged, and we added a 0.75 weighting to that to come up with a grand total of 79,053. Well, what kind of growth are we going to see in these students? And so I met with the executive team, and we decided that you guys are doing, well, we already know you're doing an awesome job at educating students, and that we're going to see a 7.5% growth in students who remained proficient or who moved a full tier. We divide that 84,982 into the 36.4 million, and conservatively, that comes up to $415 per student. If you think I'm too high or low, you can use a similar model to come up with your own estimate. Master educator premiums, we paid our final cohort. We had two cohorts. We paid our second cohort their final distribution this year, and so there will be no further distributions for that. Math and science, before I even talk about the funding cliffs included in this, please know that this is on the superintendent's radar to review. This is a tough payment. If you are a school, maybe you've been hovering around 98, 97 students, and you're getting $57,000. What if a family with 5 kids moves in? You now are at over 100, and we'll send you 5,000. And that's the reason I haven't sent you any of this money yet for this year, because we're going to use your March enrollment information and do a one-and-done payment. I can't send 80% to you earlier in the year and then have you fall into the 5,000 category and have to write a check back to the department. And so just be careful if you are hovering around one of those cliffs. National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, $2,000 plus the 20.39 or 20.34% in benefits goes out to those qualifying staff. Y'all have wonderful staff, but we have 9 teachers around the state that have gotten this additional certification. Professional development, overall, $18,250,000 was appropriated for professional development. $10,850,000 will again be distributed for what I'm calling now general professional development. 2.9 will be distributed for dyslexia professional development, and $4.5 million will be spent on your behalf through central services. So for the general distribution, you should budget a base of $8,000 plus approximately $452 per instructional pupil service FTE, all fund sources. And Megan Wunderlich in Content Curriculum is the contact should you have questions. For the dyslexia, $2.9 million, we're recommending you budget $1,500 as a base per district or charter, plus $126 per next year's instructional pupil service FTE. Remediation, $4.7 million was again appropriated for that. Ayaka Nakui is the contact. This is for school districts. We have copies of the replacement tax forms or worksheets on our website for the ag equipment and personal property tax replacements needed when you complete your L2 forms. Safe and drug-free schools, $2,000 base plus $12 per prior year. This current school year's full-term average daily attendance. So this year, we all know we're calculating average daily attendance using full-time equivalent enrollment. That is the number we will use when we allocate safe and drug-free dollars next year. We're going to use the average daily attendance based on what was in law at the time it was calculated. Danielle Taylor is the person you would contact if you need any help with the allowable uses of these dollars. All right, so then we're back to the school district facilities property tax relief. Again, this does not apply to charter schools. This is a new distribution that will be made to districts only. The exact amount of the distribution won't be known until early to mid-August. Based on preliminary estimates of funds that will be available, you should budget a TBD amount based on this year's best 28 weeks average daily attendance, excluding students attending less than half time through a virtual learning program. We have 22 to 28 virtual learning programs around the state. Just because maybe you're I wish I could remember some of the names of them, but they're very specific. Idaho Home Learning is one of them in the Oneida district. If they have students that are attending less than half time, then they'll be excluded. But at Oneida's bricks and mortar high school, if the student is there and they're taking IDLA classes, our understanding is that we won't even look at the online virtual students that are at a bricks and mortar school. This is only, the exclusion is only for those that are, designated virtual learning programs. We've met with our IC staff to try to even determine how to pull this data out. It's not something that we have readily available. So to be determined on that. I'm going to encourage the State Tax Commission has budget and tax levy trainings coming up, and I have their schedule that I'll share with you at the end of my presentation. They start in late April and go through early June. I highly encourage school districts to attend those trainings. So how much should you budget for this? Well, if you think we're going to be closer to the $85 million estimate, you would budget $280 per best 28 weeks average daily attendance. If you think we're going to get the maximum of $135 million, you should budget $450. If you're going to kind of fall somewhere in the middle, $115-ish million, you should budget $390 per 22-23 best 28 weeks average daily attendance. And again, just know that we'll get this distribution out to you just as soon as possible. And we're hoping to get some more answers on what are the allowable uses of this money. When they say levies, what are they really meaning? And we'll communicate that as we know more. All right, school facilities lotteries. This is again based on prior year best 28 weeks average daily attendance. So we'll know that around July 1st for the current school year. We're recommending that you budget $91 per 22-23 best 28 weeks average daily attendance. Please remember that these dollars must be used for qualifying repairs and maintenance to student-occupied buildings owned by your school district or charter school. As far as the school facilities maintenance match, these are supplemental dollars in addition to the lottery dollars that we just talked about. And not all schools, districts, or charters are going to receive this money. Idaho Code 33-1019 requires a certain amount of state match. We will calculate that state match. We will look to see if your lottery dollars satisfy that state match requirement. If they do, you will not receive this additional maintenance match payment. If they don't, we will take what the state match requirement is, subtract from that the amount you receive for lottery, and that is the amount of additional state match that you'll receive. We have some worksheets available on our website if you can work through those, and it should help you come up with a pretty good estimate. And remember that if you do not own your student-occupied square footage, and we have a few charter schools that are still just leasing their buildings, you will not qualify for that distribution. So for technology, $36.5 million, so a larger increase next year. So we've adjusted the base amounts as well as the amount per midterm average daily attendance. So just a bit of a reminder that from July 1 for this school year through when the legislature adjourned, support units have been calculated based on a temporary board rule allowing full-time equivalent enrollment to be used for this school year. The State Board of Education has strongly indicated that they will extend this temporary rule through June 30th at their April board meeting, and I think that's late next week. Support units for next school year, for fiscal year 24, will be calculated using seat time, the 4 hours and the 2.5 hours of instruction when they're under the guidance and direction of a teacher in the teaching process. Whether we have a temporary rule or not, you will continue to report both average daily attendance and full-time equivalent enrollment information to us through IC. So for our school districts, the protection. So this is in Idaho Code 33-1003 sub 1. And we'll use the average daily attendance for the current year and the prior school year. So based on the laws in place at the time. So for fiscal year 2023, that average daily attendance will be calculated using full-time equivalent enrollment course minutes. For next year, your attendance will be calculated using the 4 hours and 2.5 hours of actual attendance seat time. So the 24 protection calculation will compare prior year, this school year's, using full-time equivalent enrollment, average daily attendance, to that year's, the 24's, based on seat time. School districts will be protected if their 24 average daily attendance is below 97% of this year's average daily attendance. So that estimated cost of protection, because I've told you you're still submitting seat time to us. So what we did was we calculated what would the protection have been this year if we had paid you using the 4 hours and the 2.5 hours compared to last year. And that would have been about 2.74, 2.75%. So I'm recommending that once you calculate, school districts, once you calculate your estimated support units, that you reduce them about 2.5 to 3% for the estimated cost of protection for next year. And just a reminder that charter schools are excluded from protection. They can certainly come together and form something similar, but they have not done that as of now. So, average daily attendance. If your average daily attendance for next year is less than 97% of this year's, we will take 97% of this year's average daily attendance to calculate your support units. I strongly recommend that school districts go on to the School Finance Secure website where we post, the February 15th payment documents, and then you go look at a worksheet that shows this calculation. It's the first three places are your school district numbers. So it would be 431 prior year support unit is the name of that document, and that will help show you the mechanics of the calculation that we do. So I guess I should ask if everyone understands the protection is not state funded. What we do is we look at what would total support units be for school districts as the data was submitted. What would total support units be to bring anyone that's protected up to 97% of their prior years? And then that difference in support units is the cost of protection. And we then allocate that cost to all 115 school districts, whether they're protected or not. And then we reduce every school district's support units by that cost. So, all right, we'll start.
Yeah, if I could restate it just so I make sure I understand. So you're comparing 23 or 22-23 attendance to 23-24 attendance to see if we qualify for protection. And then we're covered at 97% of the prior year's attendance, not enrollment. And then you're saying the budget between 2.5 to 3% for protection cost.
So I'm going to try to restate that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or I don't even know if I remember it now, but okay. So we're going to look at your 24's average daily attendance, and we're going to compare it to 97% of this year's 23's average daily attendance using full-time equivalent enrollment. What's the definition of average daily attendance for this year? It's looking at your full-time equivalent enrollment. So we're going to use what's in law at the time that it was calculated. And I can't remember part 2.
This year we received 100 units. And next year our attendance will probably, this year we're 95% APA. Okay. So if I'm hearing this correctly, we will be protected. If we receive 100 support units this year, you're looking at 97 support units because it's 97% protection, right?
So I'm going to stop you there for just a second to say that it gets a little bit confusing because we calculate this year your full-time equivalent average daily attendance. We then take that data to calculate your support units. But we will calculate protection using your full-time equivalent average daily enrollment, average daily attendance before we calculate support units and compare it to next year's average daily attendance using seat time. So if I'm going to make up new numbers, that I can figure out. All right, I'm going to stay with, you're at 100 average daily attendance this year. Next year, when you're using seat time, you're at 90. We are going to take 97% of your 100 average daily attendance from the prior year to calculate your support units. because we have minimums built into the divisor table, we don't calculate it based on support units. We do your average daily attendance and then recalculate your support units. Is it going to get you close if you say, I got 20 support units last year based on my 100 FTE enrollment? If I take 97% of that 20, is that going to get you close? Yes. Unless the minimums kick in, and then there could be some differences.
Once we get to that 97, then we need a budget for an additional 2.5 to 3% to protect everybody else. So if we're figuring we're going to get 97 support units next year, we also need to figure out another reduction of 2.5 to 3% of that 97.
So going to your example, if you were roughly at 100 support units this year, 90 support units, not average daily attendance, and it just worked out just right, you would be at 97, would be your support units, and then we would allocate the cost of protection and ratchet that 97 down on a pro rata share, and maybe you land at 95 or 94 support units, and that's that 2.5 to 3% cost of protection. State funds are not used to cover the cost of protection. Okay. All right, for the career ladder, I know we talked about that a little bit, but remember that anyone on the professional or advanced professional rung should not be paid less than the P1 allocation for next year. And that beginning in fiscal year 2026, that's the first year that advanced professional will need to be paid no less than the AP1 rung. They'll kind of split apart there. So just a little reminder, and here's actually some good news. We had 26 school districts and charter schools join the state plan in this last school year, and they were limited to the buy-in cost that everyone has to pay in. They were limited to $4,500 per support unit in state funds to assist with that cost. That was amended this legislative session, and now the state will pay your buy-in cost for that beginning July 1. So what about these schools that bought in this year? Well, this is where Gideon is so much nicer than I am, because he asked me if we could then reimburse the schools that had to pay additional costs. And when I read the law, it went into effect July 1, so I'm not so sure that we can, and that we would need an AG's, Attorney General's opinion on that. Well, he got that, and we will be paying those 26 schools. If they had to cut a check, we will be reimbursing them sometime after July 1st when this becomes law and we have the ability to do that. So Jennifer Pike is the contact at the Office of Group Insurance if you're interested in joining the state plan. And then finally, this is the State Tax Commission's budget and levy training. Please, if you're interested in going, and if you're a school district, I would highly encourage you to attend. They're going to be talking about House Bill 292, which is that $85 to $135 million, in quite a bit of detail. In Twin Falls, they will be here on June 1st, which I know is pretty late. They'll be in Boise on May 5th if you're going to be in that area. You do need to register, so you should reach out to Jeff Middleton if you are interested in going. And then finally, this is the school finance team. Please reach out to us. I will say I am losing the battle with my email. And if you have emailed me, please send it again, and I'll feel really bad, and I will try to respond a little bit better. We're in North Idaho the next couple of days, and then I will be back in the office. I will start focusing on those remaining 20% special distributions as well as the May 15th payment. So I just want to say thank you. It has been such an honor to work with all of you, and it continues to be an honor to work with so many of you You all do such an amazing job, and what we do is not easy. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Gideon for some closing comments.
Thank you, Julie. Thanks, everybody, for being here today and for your patience as we sort through these things. As you know, the IASBO, the Business Managers Group, has monthly meetings, and we'll continue to provide additional information as we receive it, and we will send information your way as we get things figured out as well. Are there any final questions or comments or concerns before we finish? Yes.
Back to the property tax relief, we got to subtract that amount from our L2, is that correct?
The question was, property tax relief, do we subtract that from our L2? And I think the answer is yes, but I'm looking at Julie. Give me just a sec.
So this is going to take a minute. I want to read to you the language that is in House Bill 292. And it says, I'll try to paraphrase just a little bit. The State Department of Education shall transfer the monies by no later than August 31st each year to each school district. Such monies shall be used in place of property tax levy monies and shall be expended by a school district for one or more of the purposes set forth in paragraphs A through D of the subsection. Monies in the fund must be used by a school district in the following order of priorities. A, payment of existing school bonds authorized pursuant to Chapter 11, Title 33. B, payment of supplemental school levies authorized pursuant to Section 33802. C, saved in a reserve account by the school district for future school facility construction or renovation needs. And then D, for use in securing and making payments on a new school facilities bond. And then Section 3 goes on to say, the amount of monies received by a school district pursuant to this section must be deducted from a school levy that would have otherwise been paid by property taxpayers. Well, until my last Friday meeting with the Tax Commission, I thought I understood this. We're going to have to get the Attorney General's opinion on what does received mean. When it says the amount of monies received by a school district must be deducted from a school levy. So if you have a bond and the amount you receive is less than what you're going to levy for the bond, that's easy. You will deduct it from your, I can't remember now who asked that question. The amount you received will be deducted from your L2, and then you'll levy your taxpayers less. So what if you still have some money left over that you received from the State Department, and so you don't levy anything for your bond, or you don't have a bond? Well, then it says payment of supplemental school levies. And then you'll deduct on your L2 form, and the Tax Commission is very, very aware of this bill, you'll deduct that amount. But then the question really becomes, the amount of monies received must be deducted from a school levy that would have otherwise been paid by property taxpayers. And that's what we're going to work on for you. We had a meeting last Friday with the Tax Commission, with Nick Miller from Holly Troxel, IASA, ISBA. We had Eric from one of the bond companies there. And there's just been a lot of confusion over what that language means. And so tread lightly until we can get you some further information.
Other questions? Okay, thank you all for coming, and we'll be in touch. Hope you have a good rest of your day.